Hey YouTube, we're gonna be starting up getting the Arcane character together for the expansion Shadow of the Erd Tree for Elden Ring. I think we're gonna basically be doing a dual blades playthrough for the convenience of just the gear that we get, and like a dual dagger setup just for the simplicity of it, just to keep the run kind of straightforward so it doesn't take up too much time going around to grab things, level up, or me getting sidetracked with build optimization. um, Kind of having a rough day today with the epilepsy, so I'm going to take this run a little bit slower than the others. Maybe we'll see how that goes. But yeah, I think we're going to do daggers because I think it kind of comes ready made. In early in Limgrave, you can get the Reduvia from an NPC invader. You can pair it with the Great Knife, and then you're pretty much set for the whole run. Um, so yeah, without further ado, we're going to start this run up.
The fallen leaves tell a story.
I don't know why the intro cutscene always comes in really quiet, and then the audio kind of equalizes.
Shattered.
So I'm just going to leave it where it's at for now, and we'll see what happens.
Across the fog, the lands between. Now, Queen Marika the Eternal is nowhere to be found. And in the night of the Black Knives, Godwyn the Golden was first to perish. Soon, Marika's offspring, demigods all, claimed the shards of the Elden Ring. The mad taint of their newfound strength triggered the shattering. A war from which no lord arose. A war leading to abandonment by the greater will. Oh, rise now, ye tarnished, ye dead who yet live. The call of long-lost grace speaks to us all. Horalu, chieftain of the Badlands, the ever-brilliant Gold Mask. Fear, the deathbed companion, the loathsome dung-eater, and Sir Gideon Ofnir, the all-knowing. And one other, whom grace would again bless. A tarnished of no renown. Cross the fog to the lands between. stand before the Elden Ring and become the Elden Lord.
Okay, here we go. Just trying to get my mind straight. We can try to fight him. It's a good warm up. Oh, my HUD's off. Whoop, that ended quickly. Oh, yeah, I'm not feeling too good today. Grab a few things. Sorry I'm not too talkative. Okay, we're gonna go get Torrent, which means we're gonna have to get in accord with Melina. Use one of our golden seeds, the one that we took as the gift. Get us an extra flask. Now we're gonna go work our way towards Gatefront. That's where we'll be able to make an accord with Melina. let him. Just get a few runes on the way. I guess technically I don't need to do this because since I have a bleed weapon, I can pretty much just go kill Grail for runes whenever I need them.
Have you heard of the finger made? They serve but you. I can play turning runes into aid you need to the foot of. Then it said summon me. Ah, I bequeath. Use it will summon Torrent. Treat him with.
Oh, I forgot to equip Torrent. I'm already kind of forgetting. I can kind of tell I'm kind of not having a good day today. Are you gonna attack? Okay. So, I'm going to swap this out for Torrent's Ring. We're going to put the blue flask in the left. I'm going to go get one more one. I could just do the obligatory ride. Just kind of approach it from a slightly different angle.
Oi! You there? Could you help?
It didn't necessarily go the way I wanted it to go, but it's all good. Like I said, I'm not all there today.
Well, no. Despite you might have young tarnished. I want you to the night come. What my fault? Oh, I threaten a celebration.
So I talked to some of my friends about the whole idea of me doing this while being epileptic. And honestly, I've kind of downplayed some episodes I've had on stream and on video. Just for the sake of keeping things moving forward and not getting caught up on it too much. Hey, what's up, brah? How are you doing this morning? Nice. Nice. You're good. You're good. I fat finger too, man. You're good. I was actually really happy with their initiative of wanting to get it done. That was cool. There's a golden seed. Sorry if I'm be a little quiet today. I think my head kind of needs some time to warm up this morning. Grab a stone sword key. That'll be nice if I want to get a misery cord or any of that stuff going. Okay, now we're gonna clean up Weeping Peninsula. Mushrooms for sleep pots. So grab a golden seed in the Weeping Peninsula map. There are 3 sacred tiers on the Weeping Peninsula. One at Kalu Baptismal Church, or Cayu. I don't know if they it's a more Spanish pronunciation or not. One at the Church of Pilgrimage, and I forget what the one on the far west, but there's another church on the far west that has a sacred tier. After leaving straight from the door, you can see this column, which will let you drop down. There's a Trina's Lily. I'm going to get the isolated merchants, so if I go back for the lantern, I don't know, I'll have the grace. But again, I apologize if I'm a bit quiet. Kind of waiting for my head to warm up. Luckily, I can kind of operate on autopilot. Thought I grabbed the map, but I guess I didn't. That's gonna bug me, so I'm going back for the map. We're gonna grab the security grace once again. Thought I grabbed the map, but I guess I didn't. just like, yeah, the glow goes away once you grab it. Okay, interesting. I don't think I ever noticed that before. Wait, does Isolated Merchant have smoothing stone ones? I've been a little off, but I don't know if, what you mean by not well. But I have been feeling a little off. But I think mine is other stuff. Sore throat and coughing nonstop. Oh, for me, no. No, I haven't had that. Thank goodness. I wonder too. I hope not. I wasn't. I'm sick in the head. But yeah, I wasn't like physically ill.
What has been in it? How can I?
Okay. Wait, I didn't even check. See, I'm out of it today. Smoothing stone 2 is okay. Let's just go see if we can get in there, the invader for the Reduvia. We'll go for first step. Could it have been from the graduation? That would have been money. Oh, it's gonna be a joke.
It isn't.
go. There we go. Okay. Okay. First up. Oh man. Oh. Come on. Whoops. Man, again, sorry I'm not too chatty today, but we're getting it in. We're getting some occult work done. And I am off. Okay. Whoop. There we go. Okay, let's see if I can kill this giant. I don't have to, but we'll just see if I can. So far, decent. Honestly, this one has been the slowest of the bunch. I'm having like epilepsy issues today, so I've kind of been taking it slow. I haven't been talking a lot. I've just been kind of doing, kind of on autopilot. um, but yeah, no, just kind of having a shaky morning. So I'd say that's more difficult than the game right now. Okay, so now that I got that done, I can get some upgrades. Oh, it's all good. It's all good. It's just one of them days. Thank you, though.
This way, Tarnish.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not gonna stress myself today. I'm definitely not gonna stress myself today. But because I enjoy doing this, so I'm having fun. It's just it might get to a point where like, yeah, I need to take a break.
Now it is that.
Moments like this is where my schedule might get broken up a little bit.
I doubt we shall again meet. But all the same, learn well the lands between. How long
It's
will it
interesting
be
how
while
Ronnie
I
has
linger
this sleep
before
mist
the
and can put
Tarnish
Kalei
turn
to
the
sleep,
basins to the two
and the
kingdoms?
donkey goes to sleep. And then when she disappears, they wake up, and the mist goes away. Just weird. Can I use a somber at this thing? I can. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna do the Kaled run and get all the runes. Yeah, it's kind of a compounding thing. I guess I'll talk about it a bit. It's kind of a compounding thing because it's like most people, their epilepsy gets worse at night. And I do. I get a lot of most of my myclonic seizures, which are like your muscle spasms and shakes. Those tend to occur at night. Usually between like 9 at p.m. and like 4 in the morning. Kind of like the opposite of my stream schedule. Kind of why I picked this as my stream schedule. These are like usually my better times. But sometimes it's like this like cyclical compounding problem where like your shakes keep you up at night, and then losing sleep only makes your epilepsy worse. So it's like, yeah, I got a good enough amount of sleep, like 5-6 hours last night. But it's just that's the crazy thing. And I've heard recently, I guess that's why Sharon Stone doesn't act anymore, is because she's kind of in my predicament where if she doesn't get enough sleep, her epilepsy acts up, which I thought was kind of interesting. I didn't know she had epilepsy. Yeah, that's why she stopped acting. She says she needs 8 to 10 hours of sleep every day, and when you're acting in Hollywood, you can't afford to sleep that long, so she retired. Hers was late onset like mine. There's a couple factors that can lead to late onset epilepsy outside of trauma. Brain trauma, I think, is the #1 reason people have late onset epilepsy. Oh, being diagnosed with epilepsy was interesting because you kind of start finding out that there's like tons of people that had it, like Danny Glover, Hugo Weaving. I know Danny Glover had it the reverse. Some people get epilepsy when they're really young and they grow out of it. To my understanding. I could see that, depending on what type of epilepsy. I can see that with UPS. And now I don't even think my doctor would let me. Almost there. It looks really good. I saw you on it last night. I was gonna ask how it was. And there we go.
Fit to
no,
determine
not
if you
quite
have-
yet.
It seems torrent, whereas I may. There is, but I can take gathering place.
I didn't mean to do that, but it's all good. At least I didn't go to the round table. Cool, that'll be good enough for now. We'll finish out the Kaled ride. Yeah, that's both of those series, Shin Megami Tensei and Persona, have always kind of been really wacky and unusual. Okay. Now we got that tier and that grace. We're gonna do the ride down to Selen. Or Celia, not Selen, Celia. You forget to, on those human county, you can negotiate, recruit every monster and fight, not blown by that. Yeah, dude. Yeah, I totally forgot about that too. I totally forgot about that. Whoops. Nice. Wait. This way. Whoops. I'll just grab the grace while I'm down here. That's what I wanted. Okay, now we can ride out. See, I'm gonna go this way. That way I'll just head up and I won't have to worry about Millicent or the other boss fight or any of that nonsense. let's do our flasks up. Man, I've been really quiet today. Sometimes I just get hit with these waves of like, they're like moments of clarity, to quote Jules from Pulp Fiction, where it's kind of like you kind of shake the cobwebs away from like the epilepsy, and like your brain, like right now, I feel like my brain is working like 95%. Like I'm like right on point. I'm talking again. I'm hyper aware of where I'm at. Just got the Kaled map. We're going back to Gatefront. We're gonna wrap up some stuff over here. Maybe go to Liurnia. We're gonna get the Somber Smithing Stones. Talk to Smithing Master Iji. Yeah, totally. I'm like right here with it. But here's the thing. I'm gonna warn you. In about like 5 to 15 minutes, it might go back the other direction. But right now, we're in it to win it. So let's get it done. It's just how this works, man. I've started to just really, you know, kind of learn how this works and not be too afraid of it. So we're gonna hop up. We're gonna grab this. I believe this is a stone sword key. We're going to exhaust Rodrika's dialogue, because Rodrika's dialogue is necessary for Nefeli Lou's quest. Nefeli Lou's quest is really important in preparing for the expansion, because there are 2 ancient dragon smithing stones locked behind Nefeli Lou's quest, which means that's 2 regular smithing stone weapons getting maxed that you wouldn't be able to had you not done the quest properly. So we're going to make sure we exhaust her dialogue, and then we're going to head north. Because we're going to Liurnia. So if we go to Liurnia, we'll be able to upgrade the Reduvia, and if we upgrade the Reduvia, we can go farm for materials to max out the Great Knife, and then we'll be dual wielding some pretty strong daggers, and we'll be able to do the boss rush like we normally do. I'll say what's nice about this opening ride is it kind of gives me a little bit of time to pull myself together before I have to do any major fights, which is kind of nice. Wasn't really that necessary, but it's a purple. We might need this grace later for convenience. First objective here is to grab this map coming up along the road. know you're probably like, road, question mark. But yeah, if you pay attention, this is actually a road. So you got like the lanterns, the road. Okay, so just beyond Lascar Ruins is Raya. Raya is a good quest to take care of because she gives you a quick teleport to Mount Gelmir once you reach Altus Plateau. And that really helps speed up a lot of the item acquisition you need to do once you reach Altus Plateau. So we're going to make sure we get Raya's quest done.
Hello. Hello. Hello, it's rather my mistress. But I was a... Could I ask that thug only if you've... Oh, what a blessed thug, please. Please.
There's the boiled prawn shack. Boiled prawn shack.
What are you trying to start? Show me, and I'll consider. But I'm not in love with. You're a first. All right. Take it. Thing's no damn use to anyone anyway. Your bloody idea, mate. Oh. All right then. I could be.
Make sure I buy some so we can be friends.
Never met someone with a taste for prawn I couldn't trust.
Okay, now we're gonna ride back to Raya. Kind of got a little discombobulated there for a second. Still kind of a little disorientated. Here we go.
The thug should be resting at an abandoned home down the way. Please. Oh, yeah. Thank you, kind. Did I forget? I see you are very but a steady heart. Such, please. Bring most time. You are no volcano. Oh, this land at the lift instead. At the base, it was X. I have faith. I do hope. At the base, it was X. I have faith. I do hope. Please stop, brave tarnished.
Okay.
Besides, I am your foe.
I think there's some, yeah, I was gonna say, I think there's some prawn around this gazebo. Okay, so we're gonna head down this like alleyway or this street to grab a golden seed, and then we're gonna head west to grab the glintstone key, Academy glintstone key, and a map piece. We're gonna do this kind of a slower way, but a bit more of a thorough way. Or we'll see. We'll see how the route goes. I think this one might be a bit more of me getting a build together than trying to be educational. Just because it's going to be a hard time with me keeping up with what I'm doing. I know I'm going to be zoning a bit. Okay, smithing stone 2s. Those will come in handy when we need to get our great knife upgraded. Just less stuff we'll have to buy after getting the bell bearing. Grab this for security. It's gonna be one of those days. I'm gonna grab this for later because I might use it to get to the 4 belfries. Okay. Yeah. Hop through. Now we're gonna hit this gazebo. Okay, so we're gonna work our way through here. There's a grace we're gonna grab. That's just a convenience grace. But there's also gonna be a guy sitting on a chair with a somber 4. He's around here somewhere. There it is. So once I go to the Araya Lucaria Crystal Tunnel, I will be able to get the 2 and the 3 for the Reduvia. Just going to clear out a few more things. Oh, thanks, Vinny. Thanks. Yeah, no, it's just my epilepsy. Sometimes I get rough days with my epilepsy. Well, I should say rough nights that become rough days because lack of sleep can kind of make it worse. And yeah, I was having some issues last night, which kept me up for a while. But no, thank you a lot, Vinny. I hope you're having a good day, man. Because I think it's a Monday. That is the downfall of children. They are absolute blessings, but you catch every single disease they bring home. It sounds like we're all kind of just having a rough Monday. Yeah, it's a great way to put it. How old is he, if you don't mind me asking? Oh man, yep. And I bet he loves to put stuff in his mouth. Keys, all those like plastic keys and stuff, everything people are grabbing and touching and ugh. Toys and stuffed animals and blankets and yeah. No, my niece used to do that. No, I totally know what you're talking about on that one. No, yeah. Well, that sounds like a lot of work, man. Good luck and go get it. Yeah, for sure, Vinny. Good luck with the engine. I don't know if you're rebuilding or what, but that sounds like a nightmare. Okay. Grab it. Don't we want to grab that. And 1. So 2, 3, 1. Okay. 2, 3, 1. Complete replacement. It's just tedious. Gotcha. Ooh. Did not know it got aggroed. That's gonna be the teleporter, I think? Alright, no, I already grabbed that one. Okay. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, so now we're heading in. We're gonna be able to get the Somber 2 and the Somber 3 in here. And then that way we can get our Reduvia to +5, because we'll get the 5 from Kaled. Heal before I die. And we'll get a reset at the Grace. We're just gonna do this real quick. Whoop. Kind of just not really trying, I guess. Okay. 3 and 4. Inventory. I don't have many of those. Let's just go collecting. At least run through and collect. Okay. so we can continue. Could have taken the one shortcut for, but you only get somber 3s out of it. Knife. Man, yeah, my head's not working right. Okay, we're gonna get through this. Nope. Nope. Bad roll. Drink of water. Here we go. I'm gonna try it. That's right, it's only one of them. We're fine. still work. Yeah! For anybody that wants to see some janky stuff in Elden Ring, I don't know how this slipped past the cracks.
Hey! Hey!
Here's another one. I think Rallying Cry does it too. Let me just double check. Yep. Oh,
Hey! Hey!
yeah. Yeah, any animation emote you can do while walking, you can do while crouch walking, and it just looks ridiculous. Okay, so we got all that. That means we're gonna go here. There's another one, I can't think of it at the moment, but there's like another weird animation thing you can do where you can like start your run, but your upper torso isn't moving. It looks goofy. Because the game separates, I think it separates your lower half and your upper half in like animations. And weird things happen when the top half isn't necessarily doing what the bottom half is doing. Alright, so we go here. Travel to another location. This will take us to the map piece by EG. So we'll grab the Grace and the map. And then we'll go to EG to upgrade our weapon. And then we'll go get the Smithing Stone, Somber Smithing Stone 5 from Kaled in order to get the Reduvia to +5. We're gonna need a decent chunk of runes to get our weapons upgraded. I don't think we need to upgrade them like completely. We might just like go back and like kill Margit or something in the meantime to get some runes to come back and continue upgrading. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But this is definitely one of the some people consider daggers only a challenge run. So I guess this is technically a challenge run.
Look, I presume you are. Oh, I am an old cotter here, perhaps.
We are going to strengthen armaments. Yep. Okay. Okay, we're gonna go back to Kaled. Why am I? Oh yeah. Had one of the moments. Somber 5. Yeah, let's go to Southern Aeon. We're gonna go to Round Table Hold. That way I can turn in the bell bearing and buy some 2s. Or 1s, I mean. I'm gonna sit down. Flex. And we're gonna tell her we're off to Round Table Hold.
Very let my hand.
Okay, so we out here. We're gonna talk to Rodrika just to get her started.
Although I'm still looking. So I'm still looking.
Okay, now that being said, we are gonna go to the Twin Husk Maiden or whatever her name is. Well, we're gonna get into this little emote. Okay, we just need 4 of these. And we're gonna go back to Hugh. So we'll be able to talk to him about Rodrika.
You're no match allowed. You.
We'll do that. Okay. We're gonna talk to him about Rodrika.
Look how she's crushed. She has a gift. I saw it out their eyes.
Chains on the leg. Just to exhaust his dialogue.
Besides, despite my diff sides, you know.
Okay. So now we have to go talk to Kenneth Height and do Height's quest. We'll also grab the Fervor's cookbook while we're over here for sleep pots. Whatever the boluses are that get rid of sleep, I have a feeling they will be clutch in the expansion. So that is one thing to keep in mind that I might have to do if I haven't already on my characters. Get the, I think it's one of the Fervor's cookbooks that lets you make those.
What my fault?
Just making sure I exhausted his dialogue. Fervor's cookbook is over here on a corpse. Okay. Now we go to Fort Height. Clear it out. positioning strats, thinking I have a colossal weapon. I need to be a lot more guerrilla tactic, a little bit more hit and run. Until I really get my damage together. I don't have the same stagger potential I had with the Executioner's Great Axe. Whoop. Okay, that's when the daggers start feeling fun. Also when you start kind of paying attention to what you're doing. Okay, so we're gonna go down here. I know there's a dude on a ballista. I don't think he's necessary, but we're gonna kill him anyway. We're gonna appreciate the view. Flame of Felgad. Storm Veil. You can see the capital off in the distance. It's a beautiful game. Caelid, Aeonian Swamp. Bunch of minor Erd trees all over. Gorgeous game. Okay, so we're gonna go back to Mistwood Outskirts so we can talk to Kenneth Height so he can relocate, and then the demi-humans overrun his castle. It's like a comedy of errors.
Did you? Oh, well done. I knew it. Now, go ahead. Right, much. What's that look? Well, and even the which is why just you. Would you like? I see bright. Enter, and who knows? What say you? Very.
We're gonna pledge service because his quest line is tied up with the Feli Luz for those two ancient dragon smithing stones. Now we go back, and his castle will be overrun by demi-humans, and we're gonna kill them all. I think that's that. Now we get to go talk to Kenneth Height.
I swore indeed one must be true. But I haven't the great, but now for a true. I must for a true.
Okay. Let me look all of this over. We could go get... Yeah, we're gonna go get our talisman. We're gonna go get the winged sword talisman. it below? Yeah. There we go. I know the boss of this is a clean rot knight. I should be mostly prepared and ready to go for this. Pretty much a run through, unless I want to get the Sages set, which is a nice lightweight set, so I might grab it. Just to grab it. Sorry I didn't grab the torch yet, because I know it can be a little dark for you guys sometimes. But we got the Sages set. Yeah, here we go. Ooh! That was not good. That was not good at all. Poison and rot. Not too great. There we go. Okay, now I think it's Market time. Unless I go get the physic ingredients like I usually do. Let's go get physic ingredients, I guess, and see how that goes overall. These are more endurance races, and today endurance is a question. So we're about to find out. The big issues you run into with daggers is reach. You'll notice that on some of these enemies I have to be in pretty particular spots where I whiff. For the Erd Tree avatars, you want to be kind of towards their knees or their hips. See, there's a couple whiffs in there. Back up. Whoops. Let's be that guy. Let's be that guy. Okay, so now I guess it's time to try the other Erdtree avatar. We'll see how that goes. This is a bigger question mark. Do I have a level? Yes, I do. Put the other ingredients in my physics, so this is going to be risky. Yep. We'll give this one more shot because, like I said, it's going to be an endurance, and I don't think we can bleed this man. So, let's see how this goes. I just got a little greedy there on that one combo. Out of the way of the rot, and yeah, it caught me. I'm gonna give this another shot. I'm stubborn, but at the same time, this isn't in. These dudes sometimes, yeah, and it's I'm having an off day. I'm in a funk today, but we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. And daggers makes it a little trickier than usual because you whiff a lot. I'm not going in that rod for that crit. And I could have sworn I rolled, but whatever. We'll move on. We'll come back to this. I don't need it. Okay, so we're gonna go back to Stormhill Shack, grab the golden seed that Rodrika left for us, and start working our way towards Margit.
Foul tarnished. In search of the Elden Ring. Emboldened by the flame of ambition.
I just changed my mind to parry at the last second, but it works. Ooh, I was far. There we go.
Thou art of passing skill. Warrior blood must truly run in thy veins.
Trying to get fancy now that I'm kind of clearing up.
I shall remember thee, tarnished, smoldering with thy need.
Cower in fear of the night.
You there? It's tight. The guard you breached. Yeah,
No,
you're
no, no, I want to
tripe.
main gate.
The guard you'll slip. When you approach, it's only the guard you'll slip. The gates! Open the gates!
If you hold block while sprinting and jumping, you do not lose forward momentum, which really helps you get past those archer segments. try it again up here. Hold block. Go. Okay, we're gonna use the weird elevator. I swear it's not supposed to work this way, and they just left it. I'm gonna go get the cracked shards. Or cracked jars. Cracked pots. Man, you can tell my head is not where it's supposed to be. But yeah, we're heading on down. We'll get the grace. There's 2 golden seeds in here, so we're gonna get both golden seeds. And then we're gonna have to talk to Nefeli Lu to make sure we can advance her quest line.
Be proud. Your only mistake was your choice of, well, tarnished. I am the fellow him. How utter this graft is tainted them. If I ask you, call the winds run. I'm certain for. A pass fellow town down whatever. A pass fellow town down whatever.
Okay. I rolled way off on that. Now all the hoodlums are coming out. I'm gonna go back and use this side of grace to reset the aggro so I can use the map. And then we're gonna go get the other golden seed. Don't need it, but might as well. Still didn't do my physic yet, but we're good. the auxiliary explosions. Kind of not pleasant. Oh my goodness. There we go. Okay, stone sword key. Then we're gonna go grab this talisman. And then we're gonna what a thrill. Snake eater. I gave my life, not for honor, but for you. As I've always said, everybody should grab the misery cord. So I'm going to grab the misery cord. Okay, so we got another flash charge. We're going to level up. This will go into vigor. And then we're going to move over to secluded cell. Because I think it's Godric time. We got height done, and we got Nepheli ready.
Mighty dragon, thou'rt a true-born heir. Lend me thy strength, O kindred. Deliver me unto greater heights. Well.
Still didn't get my physics ready.
of dragons. Lend me thy strength.
Lot of whiffs. Downfall of the daggers. Caught in an animation. I'm a dumb dude. Oh, that grapple was kind of not too bad. And I fell for it again. And question marks on that one, Keeler. Okay, I got him though. I got him. I just gotta get patient about the whiffs. I start whiffing attacks because of the short reach, and then I get greedy chasing for more. But I got this. I got this. Too close. Early. Here we go, see? Shit. Nice, nice. Oh man. Whew. Okay. Go for the grab. Nope. There we go.
All that is golden. And one day, we'll return together to our home, bathed in rays of gold.
Okay, so we're gonna open up the castle for Nefeli Lu's quest. And now we're gonna head over to East Ray Lucaria Gate, and then we can just use the key to get inside, and then we're off to Red Wolf of Radigan. And after that, we got Renala. We got a golden seed back here on the bridge. Just paying attention to the tile on the ground with the rings on it. Just there's rings everywhere. Okay, time to work our way into the academy. Oh, I never leveled up. I'll do that when I get inside. Gotta love iframes and opening doors. Okay, they're making it problematic, so I'm just gonna keep moving. smithing stone 4 out on a balcony out here. I'm just gonna check. Yep. I'll take a bit of the edge off when we get to Runestream Precipice. I'm gonna come here because I want to use my levels just in case I accidentally lose them. I'll just kind of work my way to Red Wolf. I didn't get my physic ready. Red Wolf of Radigan down. We get the golden seed. I think there's a stone sword key that I usually forget to grab. Kill Moongrum, and then it's off to Renala. And we go to Runestrewn Precipice. Actually, it'd be Carian Manor. We gotta get Nepheli Lu all taken care of. Try to go for the roll through, but it's all good. I'm gonna elevator strat this guy. Man, he didn't fall for it. Okay, now he's just a dumb dude. I was gonna give that man credit, but not after that. I'm already up here. Let's just go for it. Doesn't pan out, I can run back. Sorry for skipping. Goes out of habit. Maybe get another one The last queen of Karya.
My beloved, have no fear. I will hold thee. Patience. Ye will be countless born, forever and ever.
Upon my name as Rani the Witch. Mother's rich slumber shall not be disturbed by thee. Foul trespasser. Send word far and wide. Of the last queen of Karya, Renala of the full moon.
I never thought about it, but
And
with
the
all the
majesty of the
marionettes in
night she
Liurnia,
conjureth.
there is a doll man in the Full Moon Productions. Ooh. No, 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 no. Not good, not good, not good. Oh my goodness, caught in an animation. Well, next run, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, here we go, Renala. Rematch. we go. I hate this because she starts getting that bleed back. That I did. Thank you. Thank you, Vinny. Okay. Now we got some levels. Now it's Runestream Precipice time. And we get our third talisman slot.
Where did he flee?
Yeah, yeah. Usually it goes away when she dies, but it's whatever. It's whatever.
Is it that to become? Be not.
Okay, so we got that all settled. Let's go to Round Table Hold and get our third talisman slot. I'm eventually going to get Millicent's prosthetic as one of my talisman slots. We want Enya. We want Enya.
Holy, fine. You have now to become the thing as.
There we go. Talisman pouch.
Now go for.
The Felly Lou. And we can get one of our talismans. Ah, that's right. We gotta move Gideon. And we gotta tell Rodrigo what Hugh said.
I'm still looking. It's not easy. But I don't believe. If I do, I suppose I'll ask Matt. Certainly, I know he's. I can tell. If I suppose I'll ask Matt. If I suppose I'll ask Matt.
Okay. Then, where are you, Gideon? There you are.
Oh, I can't. Very well. It is sick. I'll you, a house, remember you. There's.
And we'll refresh the area.
You again. I thought you'd receive the Felly Lou. I'm glad to see you. I found it in God. You were the one to make good use. I don't intend.
There we go.
I wonder if he's in his
Arsenal Charm helps increase our equip load.
I'll see you again.
We don't need it, but let's do it. Might come in handy for the expansion.
Those out of a chat find them well. The car. It's absurd.
Just to get Rodrigo going, because she's part of Nepheli Lou. Folly on the Lake. We're gonna do the next stage of Nefeli Lu's quest. This is one of the big side tracks for the run is Nefeli Lu's quest, because you have to do Kenneth Height, you have to do Village of the Albinurics, you have to do Karya Manor and Saluvis, talk to Ronnie and all that nonsense, so you can get Sullivis's potion, so you can give the potion to Gideon. And we're just going to want to knock all this out before we even go to Altus Plateau.
Witness to the oppression of awaking. Put the under the justice to let the scars. Put the under the justice to let the scars.
Okay, so we're gonna help Nefeli Lu get revenge for what her stepfather did. Also, while we're here, see, there's a 2-for-1, because while we're here, we can start Latenna's quest. Latenna's quest is also another quest that rewards missable upgrade components. Upon completing Latenna's quest line, you get a somber ancient dragon smithing stone. So while we're here, we're also going to want to make sure we get the Halleck Tree medallion, so we can talk to Latenna later on. I am not a big perfumer fan, and they were going to spam me with perfume, so I just figured spam them with a weapon art.
Dear me. I haven't a clue. No secrets lie with me, not a one. Oh, please leave me be. Wait. Well. Oh, aye, we're finished. The curse, I beg you. You must keep... And then please give... At your medallion, it's only a quid for dear. My alas.
Okay, so we're gonna call in Nefeli Lu. Typically, I don't like calling companions, but this is not really that impressive of a boss fight. It's a Capra Demon throwback, and I think it's just nice to give Nefeli Lu some vengeance. Let her get off some steam before she goes back and gets upset with Gideon. And that was me just not really paying attention to what was happening. Like I said earlier, I'm kind of having a weird day in my funk with my neurodivergence nonsense. But I'll get it together. Okay, so we come down here. Like I said, we'll get Nefeli Lu. Daggers really struggle with dogs. I need to stop L1ing and R1. Use the single hand for the dogs. And then use the L1 when you know you got the burst down time. The dogs basically punish you for spamming. They almost always poise break you. And typically their recovery times and attack animations are faster than yours. So if you sit there and try to spam in a dog's face, you usually end up dying. Easiest way to kill dogs is just to do a counterattack strategy. Felly will get rid of him. Okay, so that's all nice and resolved now. So since that's resolved, we are now going to go to Latenna, which is after a cave with a Bloodhound Fang boss. On the south side of the lake from Liurnia. I forget the exact name of the cave. But we'll see in a second here when I head over. Here it is. Lakeside Crystal Cave. There's a few items in here that are good, but nothing in particular that we'll be needing at the moment. So we're just gonna head through so we can talk to Latenna. This is like a DLC prep / challenge run / like, I don't know. I don't even know where my head was going with that statement. Okay, so we're heading in. We're gonna go left. Another area where I could have been kind and gotten the lantern for you guys. But we're here. It's not too much further. Soft cotton. Okay, now we're gonna run through here. Maybe parry? Ooh. Could have sworn I might have been a little early. Oh, and I got blood lost. Okay, no fancy stuff next time. I'm not in the headspace for fancy stuff. If I am, I'll start doing fancy stuff, but see that this right here, that should explain everything. Including the fact that I accidentally just punched my monitor. Okay. There we go. I love how my head comes together and it makes it look like I was throwing. Because that looks so much easier than the last time I did it. Okay, so we show her the medallion, which lets her know that we're trusted by the Elbenurics. And then she decides to go with us to the consecrated snowfields. And if we can get her to consecrated snowfields, she will give us a somber ancient dragon smithing stone. That purple's a rune arc, and I always grab it, so this time I won't.
When needed, and I will.
Yeah, I knew it wasn't enough. Okay, so now, 4 belfries. 4 belfry time. And after 4 belfry, it is some busy work at the round table hold. And then we get to move on. And I might go kill Radon soon. I might do Radon a lot earlier on this run than I normally do. I could be asking for trouble because of my headspace, but it could also be a lot of fun. Dude, these prawn and their sniper shots. Okay, so let's head on up. Since I'm going arcane, it would be nice to get the black wet knife from Nokrin, so I could change this to a occult great knife. Some people would run a bleed great knife, but I prefer to get the extra damage out. I have a weapon that's viable for bosses that can't bleed, like Radigan, Elden Beast. Okay, so we're gonna come over here, use this imbued sword key to go back to the beginning of the game, which will allow us to get an item that's really important for Nefeli Lou's quest. It is the Stormhawk King Ashes. Which will remind her of her old... Oh, and we crashed. And we crashed. I don't know why that's been happening, but it's been happening. But it only... If it happens, it shouldn't happen again. And it always happens while I'm quick traveling. Okay, so we're booting back up. And there we go. Sorry for the flashbang. I wasn't able to get there to know if it was coming to warn you. But here we are. We'll continue. Oh, cool. I remembered we were at the Chapel of Anticipation. We'll come up. Grab us some nascent butterflies. Maybe parry this guy depending on how I feel. I'm gonna do that. My parry was a little late, I think. I just need to practice that and get that more in my repertoire. And there you have it. Thank you. Thank you. I need to practice that more because, like I said, like with Samurai and a few of the other classes, if you can get that 4 to 5 times on them without getting hit, the intro fight is actually not that bad. It's more doable than you think. But granted, you only get, I think, like 3,000 runes or something off of them, and it doesn't get you that far in the early game, so most people just kind of run and jump off the cliff in the beginning and just come back to fight them later. Because you just have to die in the intro once the boss is spawned in order for Melina to take you over there. So you just wait for him to spawn, jump off the cliff, and then you spawn at the beginning of the game. But I like to practice on them and kind of warm up for the run. Okay, so we got all that. So we go back to the round table hold. Oh, Ensha, that's right. I always forget about Ensha. Weird fight, but I'll take it. Okay. So we came back here to talk to Nepheli Loop.
Good. I have you to. I can have I'm as yet. But and if there's well, I search Roderick.
Ah, you. Please. It's pathetic, I know. Ah, you. Please. Leave me. It's pathetic. Ah, please. It's pathetic, I know, but I...
Okay, so now I think we go to talk to Gideon.
Then I bid I am known as a tarnished. You now belong. You then as you're the inheritors, we of the round. Godric the General Radar. Greater right, Morgoth. And he'll still be a... indeed. So I had honestly determined. I suspect a dose of...
Okay. Ah, that's right. We gotta go do the Sullivan's potion. Okay, here we go. This is gonna be nice though for the DLC. for now, this is going to be like the last time I'm going to have to do all this. So it is exciting because it's like, yeah, the DLC is coming in like a couple days now. This is the week of the DLC. It is coming Thursday night. DLC will be here in our hands. We'll be downloading it and getting it like, I don't know if there's gonna be a pre-download, but like if there is a pre-download, that shit's gonna be like Tuesday night. The pre-download's gonna start, and then there's the new patch that goes out the day before. Like, dude, it's real. We're here. I haven't heard much. I've been trying to avoid spoilers like crazy. But a weird thing I heard. This isn't not about the story or anything, but the weird thing I heard is the DLC is almost supposed to be like buying Dark Souls 3, but it's in Elden Ring. Like, not visually or thematically, just like it's gonna be a fucking like massive, like, you know, dungeon crawl experience. And there's gonna be the open areas, but yeah, they said it feels more like DS3 than Elden Ring. That has my interest peaked. Has me feeling it's really dense. It's just the big question is, can they capture lightning in a bottle again? I think they can. I think that's kind of what FromSoft continues to do. Like, we think it's lightning in a bottle. Like, we thought Demon Souls was a fluke, and they improved on it with Dark Souls. And then we thought Dark Souls was a fluke. And, well, there was Dark Souls 2. And they did a lot of experimentation with Dark Souls 2, which I'm very thankful for. And Miyazaki has even said as much, because if you look at games like Elden Ring, a lot of DS2's trial and error came back to pay off in Elden Ring with like power stancing weapons, expanding the amount of spells and miracles or sorceries and incantations. There's definitely some Dark Souls 2 DNA in here. And even with the story, I feel like the story even has some Dark Souls 2 DNA in it, where you have like, because like in Dark Souls 2 you have King Vendrick, who married Queen Nashandra. Queen Nashandra, who was part of Manus. So like, she was a piece of a greater god, greater will, you know, sounds a little similar. She was part of Manus, like this greater being that got separated into multiple fragments. Kind of like he was shattered. And then she got one of the shards, which made her a very powerful woman and a queen that seduced Vendrick and convinced Vendrick to go on a massive crusade and a war against the giants. Sound familiar? Sound familiar yet? And then after Vendrick killed all the giants, he came back with the gift of the giants, a special power that's kind of vague. The game kind of alludes to what it is, but it's a tiny bit of a mystery. But he stole something from the giants and brought it back. And then guess what happened? After being Giga Chad and standing by his woman and doing everything right by her, guess what she does? Well, she's been doing it the whole time. She's been trying to corrupt this man so that she can then take the throne of want, something she's been trying to get her hands on. and only the king can get his hands on the throne of one. And it's just one manipulative woman who manipulated the Giga Chad of all Giga Chads into doing everything for her, only to backstab him and basically leave him high and dry. And he ends up being down in a cave, gone mad and hollow, because he's been down there forever, because he refuses to light the fire and he refuses to extinguish it. He refuses to sit on the throne of want. And I don't really need to say it, but like, and go into all the detail, but there's a lot of parallel there between Marika and Godfrey. Phase transition, I think. Yep. Oh, I rolled at a really bad time, and that was a bad range to be at. Some of this attack animation she has, now that I'm looking at it, is actually kind of similar to Udix Gunder. Oh, right over my head. Okay. Now we go talk to Ronnie, so we can talk to Sullivis. Okay,
Oh, I
talk to
believe
Ronnie
I've
time.
pleased but tarnished. I have no intrigue. Wilt thou? I am the wit that I might well. I see thou art a, but I require. I anticipate. Good. There is. I would have thee. I have called. Ah, heed not. I am sure. Speak. Thou needs. It hath been a. Thou needs. It hath been a. Thou needs. It hath been.
Again, Arcarian, I'm told I will. Together. Together.
name's Bloody. Glad to have you. Well, I'm situated in the Eternal. I'm planning to go see if I can. See if I can. Don't keep me waiting.
Okay, now we talk to Sullivan.
I don't know what since I asked. Human pain should, if it were up, but who?
Okay, now we gotta go up to talk to Ronnie.
I shall soon, and it will be this doll still I look for. And it will be I look for.
Okay. Now, go back to Royal Moon Gazing Grounds, and then when we head to Sullivan's Rise, he will give us a potion to give to Nefeli Lu, but we will give it to Gideon instead, and then we can wrap up Nefeli Lu's side stuff. And then we just gotta wait for her to move to Stormvale Castle.
Did you not realize? Perhaps. I'd like you to find a woman. Even you. Good. Now I shall... I expect...
Okay. We have the potion now. Now we go back to the round table hold. Now we talk to Gideon.
Well, wonderful. Make the journey to the capital. The two things you may be out of way. Is that potion that he's selling? Oh, out the round table. But, good. You
Hand it over.
Tell him that despite not his inevitable.
Oh, your divinity, have mercy and grant me forgiveness.
Please, it's pathetic. So you might
Heard from Gideon?
Father, I would have done, and yet I betrayed. And to think he'd. Where is the just? He once told me he would never. Was he simply? No, how could I? Father has, and now.
Give the Stormhawk King.
Things? I don't feel
Now she can use Roderica
Thank you.
to tune it.
And it reminds me.
Okay, and then we're good. So that means no more missable 2 ancient dragon smithing stones. And we've also, where you haven't missed, Latenna's Somber. So we're looking good. We got some good materials. So the rest of it I can get as sloppy as I really want to, as long as I get through it. I need to level up. Okay, so now we, I think, are ready for some Ravine Veiled Village. And I'll be right back, and then we're going to run through this dungeon. We're going to get Magma Worm Makar. And move on to Altus Plateau. Get some weapon upgrades. And then maybe go for Radahn this time. Okay, I am back. Give me a moment to kind of get comfortable. I heard that they're making some UI updates in the expansion to where when you pick up new items, there will be exclamation points if you have not looked at them in your inventory. So you'll be able to tell what is old stuff in your inventory and what's new stuff from the expansion. But it's also going to be retroactive, so it'll just be a nice quality of life improvement to where you'll always be able to see which items in your inventory you haven't looked at yet. So if you pick, yeah, it's pretty cool. I like that, so I can get all that lore. Exactly. So you know what you've read, what you haven't read. I'm really looking forward to that. It's a nice little detail, and that's the type of stuff where, like, I don't really think that's a spoiler that they told us that. That's just letting us know, you know, hey, we're gonna make your life a little bit easier. Okay. Yeah, because the item descriptions are going to blow our minds. Okay, 2 more 4s. Completely unrelated topic. Have you guys heard that there's a new downloadable content, a new micro transaction for Star Citizen that is $48,000? Yep, $48,000. I know some of you guys are working at a car dealership today, so I'm sure that's a bigger number than a lot of things on your lot. Yep, exactly. Exactly, dude. That's a really nice car. $48,000 for a downloadable content for Star Citizen. And here's the thing. In order for the $48,000 bundle to show up on your storefront page, you have to already have purchased $10,000 worth of microtransactions and downloadable content. So you have to spend money to see items worth more money. That sounds like some cult Ponzi scheme, pyramid scheme nonsense going on over there at Star Citizen. What do you get? I think it's a ship bundle and something else. Let me look it up. I'll look it up real quick. We'll have a little chat break. Okay, so here we go. I think I'm pulling it up right now on the website. Okay, 1 second. Okay, so It might be every ship and vehicle in the game. Biodomes, service equipment. It looks like you literally get everything. Yeah, if you go to the web, yeah, it looks like you get everything. And then I don't know if you're if people are familiar with how Star Citizen works, but it works on wipes, where everything in the game is earnable within the game. But then when they wipe servers, whenever they do a major update, they wipe all the servers. Everybody has to start from scratch. But for the objects you paid real world money for, you never lose them. And I think they're like insured, so like you don't have to worry about getting insurance for your vehicles or whatever. But still, $48,000 for digital content is insane. $48,000 for something that is not physically tangible. Dude, there's condos cheaper than that. You could get a place to live for $48,000. I'm sure there's places where you could buy a person for $48,000. Yeah, exactly. Because that's the other weird thing with Star Citizen. Star Citizen is not available on any storefronts. It's not on Steam. It's not on Epic. It's not on Sony. It's not on Xbox. It's like all run through their own site and stuff, so they can kind of hoard all the money. It's just weird. And it's one of those things where, like, I looked up the stats recently. And, like, so far, the game has raised, I think, like, almost $750 million. Yeah, it's raised, like, $750 million. Yeah, it's all through their shit. Their servers are Star Citizen. If you've looked up anything on their server infrastructure, it really is mind-blowing. It's probably the best server infrastructure in the world for massively multiplayer online games. They're about to revolutionize MMOs with the new like server meshes. They're working on server meshes, like, you know, like when you play most games, you go to a menu and the menu will load you into a new server, or like you go through a load screen and it'll switch your server, or you queue up for a death match and it loads you into a server. Well, the crazy thing is with Star Citizen's tech, if you haven't seen it, they're starting to work on server meshing to where you can walk, like your character can walk between servers, where like this rooftop, this platform here can be one server that like someone's on, and then this platform can be a different server that someone's on. And then the two servers can throw objects back and forth, interacting with each other. No other game can do that, and that's going to be wild when it starts getting implemented. And it is getting implemented into Star Citizen already, but it's wild. Like, just watching it happen is really kind of crazy. So, like, I get that thing, but that like, why it's such a big deal and like why it's so expensive, and they need to upkeep all these things and they need to do the R&D. But anyway, they've raised $750 million. Have you played it, or is that? Yeah, it's been in beta for like the last 7 years. It's been like in early access for like 7 years now, I think. I haven't played it. I kind of refuse to some degree, because from what I've read, like the game hasn't really dropped yet. Like, yeah, you can fly around and mine some stuff with your spaceship and hang out with your friends and but there's like no game yet, to my understanding. How many 4s did I get? Enough. Okay, so we're gonna upgrade. Yeah. It looks really cool though. The visuals look great. The world looks great. It's a dream game. But going back to, I keep getting distracted. But like going back to it, one thing that really, I think is really kind of weird about it, is, okay, so they run on like almost like a Kickstarter style between like. It was through donations and through downloadable content and through Kickstarter packs before the game launched. Like, the game is built on donations. Like, people have given them money to improve the game. And so far, they've raised around $750 million. $750 million. This is where things get interesting. Let me get my calculator out. Okay, so if you look at the number of people... Wait, let me just get this right in my calculator. Okay, so let's do $750 million. I got $750 million in my calculator. Now, here's the thing. How many people have booted up and played Star Citizen since launch? The total amount of people that have booted up Star Citizen since launch. That's 5 million people. So we're going to divide 750 million by 5 million people. A second. Give me a second here. So it basically boils... Yeah, 5. Okay. Yeah, so it basically boils down to, like, this weird average expense of $150 per person for Starfield. And if you start looking at, like, the metrics of donations, microtransactions, and purchases, you end up finding that the majority of people playing the game have spent, like, tens of thousands of dollars on this game. And honestly, it kind of strikes me as this weird, like, game cult for the rich. Because you got to think, to get access to the game, it's $60. So out of 5 million people, you got to ask, how many of those people spent just the $60? I would argue probably at least a third has only spent the $60. But it gets weird when you start looking at, like, yeah. Because, like, you look at, like, you know, I don't know, it's just, game business is weird. And when I look at those numbers, I'm getting kind of sidetracked. My head's kind of foggy today. But also when I look at those numbers, I see a game that doesn't want to get finished. Because the second you finish that game, people stop donating money. And sometimes I feel like that's the trap with Star Citizen. Is it's going to be a forever unfinished game that the rich just keep dumping money into kind of like some weird like cult or something, like like some type of like social group, like an elitist club, like, oh, like, not only are you a gamer, but you play Star Citizen. You've got a rig that can run Star Citizen. Oh, and you've got all these ships that cost thousands of dollars. Like, you must really be a great gamer because you have this ship that costs $2,000. Exactly. Yeah, and once it's done, the review scores go up. You can't review a game in progress. Man, this is going to turn into a Elden Ring and rant video. Okay, so I got all my weapon upgrades. Now we go back for Makar. I played the demo. I love the demo. Haven't gone through the game yet. It's on my wish list. It's just weird timing. Because I knew I was going to be getting my PC rig together around January, I knew I was going to be getting my PC rig together. So I knew at that point I was going to be holding off. I was going to be holding off on purchasing a lot of games because, for one, I've already bought Elden Ring for PlayStation and PC. I've also bought the expansion Shadows of the Erd Tree for PlayStation and PC. And then I was like, you know what? Like, with Dragon's Dogma coming and like a lot of these other games, I'm just going to wait until I get my PC rig together, and then I'm going to start chipping through the backlog. But then it's like by the time I got the PC rig together, here we are, 3 days from Elden Ring. So I'm sure after Elden Ring, I love Souls-likes, so I'm going back to play it. I loved the demo. And I watched Lil Aggie and Parkin Harbor. I watched them play through, not all of it, because I knew I was going to play it, so I wanted to keep some of it, you know, in the dark. Oh yeah, I could see that if he likes Sekiro, I could really see that. I heard it's like Sekiro meets Bloodborne, and that sounds like a blast. I still haven't done anything with my physic yet. I'll go do that now. I played the first one. Yeah, I downloaded the second one when it was a PS Plus game. I haven't played the second one yet, but the first one was really fun. It was definitely a fun game. Definitely has a lot of style. I like games with style. We're just gonna start going for some bleed build up. He wants to be annoying. See you later, Magma Wormregard. I'm a big Cyberpunk fan, so I really dug Ghost Runner.
see only a little takes me. I was born. Her mother gave. So now, the reason.
Okay. So now we're going to do our ride through Altus, Mount Gelmir, Lindell. To grab a few items of importance. There's going to be a smithing stone 5 in the Terminus River. There's going to be a golden seed in the Terminus River. And once we get past the, not the Terminus, Seathwater River, Terminus is the site of grace at the end. We'll be using a rune bear to break a statue for some smithing stone 6s. So we'll be able to upgrade our great knife a bit later. Those heat vents have a lingering hitbox that I've never quite understood, but if you remember about it, it's not that big a problem. We're going to grab this emergency grace, backup grace, just in case. Ignore this magma worm. He does have a dragon incantation. But we're not interested in those this playthrough. We're just gonna head through here because we'll probably lose their aggro. But up ahead, there's the statue. We're gonna clear this statue out though. We can get the rune bear to break the statue. Whoa. Let's heal that up. Okay, so we're gonna lure him away. Grab it, and then we're gonna head up top. case we want the holy crossbow or a few other things, we can come up here to grab it. And we'll also have grace for future if we want to do Sellen's quest for whatever reason, or get a memory stone for whatever reason. Okay, so now we got that all cleared up. We're gonna go back to Erdtree Gazing Hill. Make sure we grab this one seed. And then we're gonna talk to Raya and go to Volcano Manor.
I knew you. I hereby take my hand. Give me. I will pray.
Okay, so touch grace. Nope, you got some flash stuff we can do. Okay, so we're gonna head over here. That's right, we gotta talk to him.
Kill him.
Someone please kill him.
I am Raya, a warrior. Perhaps. Will you join? Why accept? Rise with us. Interest. Now you believe the drawing room, but be sure. Use the key. Use the key.
Before you can.
Okay, so here we go. Oh, that's weird. Can't open it from that side. Weird. Guess this goes back to some of that weird stuff going on in this game. Oh, and I gotta go up by Giza. That's right. Gotta go by Giza and get that 6. So we're gonna get all the 6s out of here. I'm wondering if I should do Bloody Helice. I'm gonna get a Bloody Helice ready for the expansion at least. So I'm gonna have to go get one. There we go. Volcano Manor Grace. Now we're gonna run around and grab a bunch of 6s. So we head down here, hop over. Okay, we know the smithing stone on the far right is a waste, because I think it's just a 4. Okay, so we got 4 more in here. Two more. There are the other 2. Guess we're gonna open up the bridge, so when we come back for Godskin Noble, it'll be open. If I wanted, I could probably just sleep pot him and get it over with. Ooh, almost knocking me off. Ooh, that was a really There we go. Oh, I never bought the crafting thing. Well, if I do that, I know I can kill Godskin Noble. Okay, so we go back to Church of Ella.
I can also that you're not then why I am Carly.
Okay, I think we're gonna go kill Godskin Noble and just get it out of the way with. Should have went to Prison Town Church. A lot of whoopses in a row. No, we got Godskin Noble out of the way, so we can put some more levels in. Still got more to grab. Still got more to grab in Altus. We're gonna do Radahn, I think, before we do the capital this time. Once you get to Altus, the festival starts. And it would be nice to get that Black Webblade for the rest of the run, especially if I'm using these daggers. I might still work on, because getting 2 smithing somber weapons isn't that difficult. Because I'm gonna want a Bloody Helice. I'm gonna want to take that into the expansion. Now that I'm really thinking about it. Shortcut. Send him down. Stone sword key is always nice. Okay, so I'm gonna go this way so I can get the assassins, the dagger talisman, and then I'm gonna go down here so I can get the somber smithing stone 7, which is gate kept by the Godskin Noble. There's a oh, I went the wrong way. I went the wrong way. I can do this anyway. There's a skip that lets you get across the bridge. But they patched it and made it kind of frustrating to pull off, so it's just easier to kill Godskin. In my opinion, it's easier and faster to kill Godskin Noble than to just sit there attempting the skip over and over and over again. So that 7 is up here. Okay. Now we get back to writing. So we go back to Volcano Manor and we're gonna head out the front door. And now the Altus ride begins. We start by heading out this way. There's a golden seed. And then we're going to double back on a lower road so we can get the map for Mount Gelmir and start riding our way to Altus Plateau. We'll get a smithing stone, somber smithing stone 6 on the way while I mull over whether I'm doing daggers or Bloody Helice. I'm going to do both, but one of them is going to hit 9 first, and I think it might be the Bloody Helice. Mage builds, depending on how cheesy you want to get, that's a good enemy to kill. You get a physic ingredient that gives you, I think it's like 10 seconds of unlimited FP, focus points. So you can drink that and then just like Comet Azure for like almost like 20 seconds straight if you got enough FP. Okay, so I think we're going to be fighting Anastasia. Other thing is I probably should have checked the stat requirements on the Bloody Helice, but worst comes to worst, we can go back and use a larval tier. Kind of there we go. That's what I like to see. Get my stamina back. Ooh, she hyper armored. She's done. Sacred butchering knife. We're gonna be climbing up a ladder on the right here for a somber 6. This is one of the earlier somber 6s you can come across in the playthrough. I might go Bloody Helice because this will just get ridiculous and it'll be fun. I'll be able to use Dynas Finesse in some pretty interesting places. Malekith though can be kind of tricky. Not so much Malekith, but I think Garank. I think Garank is the tricky one with the Bloody Helice. The heavy thrusting swords have their rolling attack nerfed. And there's the one strat I use for 2 attacks where I roll in an attack in his belly past the attack. It's kind of hard to do with the Bloody Helice or the Godskin Stitcher or Dragon Lord Cragblade. Any of the ones that are the heavy thrusting swords. But it makes sense because it was a really, really strong PvP weapon that kind of had a tool for everything. So they had to do something about it. And I can respect that. We are going to get one other weapon over here, just in case. We're going to go get the Scavenger's Curved Sword. It's the Bleed Curved Sword. It is a really good curved sword. There we go. Scavenger's Curved Sword. Now we're going to backtrack. I'm curious because it looks like they completely abandoned the PlayStation 4 and the Xbox One for the expansion, and I'm very curious as to what improvements the game is going to see gameplay-wise because of that. Because I know the big constraint is memory. And memory is just things. Like the amount of things you can have in your game, is obviously determined by memory caps. So amount of enemies, amount of rocks, amount of trees, amount of everything. Projectiles, sprites. So now that they've kind of gotten rid of some of the memory constraints of old gen, and they got rid of the slower hard drive and the hard drive speeds, I'm curious as to if there's gonna be any notice, cause that was the big thing with Cyberpunk. When Cyberpunk dropped the PlayStation 4 and the Xbox One, you immediately felt it overnight, that first patch where they said sorry old gen, but we're gonna have to leave you behind. That first patch, that was when I was like, yes, this game is coming together. My devotion hasn't been wasted. My faith in CD Projekt Red was not misplaced. I felt a lot better about it. And the thing is, this game already was amazing. So I'm just curious. If there's going to be any noticeable, oh man, they left the old gen behind. Maybe a boss, there's something with the boss. Maybe the amount of moving limbs or something it has, or the amount of things going on, the effects or something. We're just going to be like, nope, there's no way PS4 could have ran this. But we'll see. So I got that sacred tier. Continue riding over here. Eventually I'm going to circle back up north to a ruin I haven't been to in my previous character builds, because I'm going to be going to get the Bloody Helice, which is why I haven't used that 6 or 7 yet, because I think I'm going to figure out where I can get a 5, and we're going to get that Bloody Helice to 9, and then I think I'll use the Bloody Helice. continue heading this way. We want to head northeast. Eventually there's another golden seed once we reach a clearing. It's going to lead up towards Dominula, the windmill village. Kind of have to head through these worm faces. Okay, and then we head over here. See, there's the golden seed. Head on up to Dominula. There's a lot of really good arcane weapons that are really fun, and arcane setups I think are really fun. So this is going to be one of those characters, kind of like the spell sword, where I think there's going to be some collecting to do. I also think that I'm going to get a few things, like multiple things kind of maxed out and ready to go. But I won't worry so much until after the game's completed, because then I'll have the somber stone, the somber bell bearings and the smithing stone bell bearings. So I can just upgrade everything. So I'm eventually going to get the Dragon Communion seal, which is the incantation seal that scales off of Arcane. So I'll be able to cast a few helpful incantations and arcane incantations, which will be fun. I want the Bloody Helice. I'll probably do an Eleanor's Pole Blade. I'm going to have the dual daggers, dual curved swords, probably a twin blade. Because I'm probably going to do something also with the twin blade where you put blood flame on it. You get like the Darth Maul build. That can all of that can go under Arcane. Arcane has a lot of versatility. The one thing Arcane really misses out on, though, is, if you ask me, I don't think they do that great with colossal weapons. Even Dex has some reasonably good colossal weapons. Even Int has some good colossal weapons. But yeah, Strength obviously has like the really great colossal weapons, but Arcane, you kind of miss out on the colossals. But we're gonna go get that physical damage reduction talisman that's in here. This is the weird one that makes me think of the expansion. I've talked about this a couple times, and I don't know if I don't think anybody's kind of responded to my weird hypotheses in here or weird comments in this dungeon. But inside this dungeon, I think it's really peculiar. You've got the Sainted Hero's Grave. Oh, this is peculiar. Okay, so you head in, and the first thing you're going to encounter is an imp standing in this like spotlight of a symbol of the Erd Tree incantations. We're going to come up and kill this guy. There we go. So he's dead. So you have this Erd Tree symbol here. This is the one that, like, you cast Erd Tree incantations, and you have the seal come up. And you have these dudes with, like, a staff or something projecting this light. And you've got the imp. Okay, so now here's the thing. This imp is a shadow. And if you lure it under the light of the Erd Tree, you can deal damage to it. Otherwise, you can't. Your attacks just go straight through it. I've also talked about how the lion dancers that we've seen in the trailers, who are like there's two people. One gets on the other person's like shoulders. It's like the old Chinese lion dance. We're just gonna sprint through. I think there's some parallel between the imps, the catacombs, and something to do with the dead from the Shadowlands, or something involving it. But I find it very peculiar how in this dungeon you have these imps that are like shadow bound until they're under the light of the Earth Tree. I don't think it's the imps and the lion. I'm thinking this might, like, these are statues. I think the imps are animated statues because they don't bleed. You can't do anything to them. You can only deal damage. What I think is that these catacombs and their like artistic symbolism, like the, for instance, like the cat-headed imps that are on each other's shoulders, I think is like an homage to the lion dancers. Like it's like a head nod to the old culture. Or it was part of that culture. And it's like a remnant. Physical damage reduction talisman. I think it's Omen in the lion. I think it's Omen like Moog and Morgott. Like I think that's what we saw in that trailer. Is I think that was the purging of the Omen. And if you look at the lion dancers, they have like omen horns and stuff. I think it's just two big ass fucking omen in there. And then yeah, the imps are like they're like statues that are kind of like I think an homage to it, like a crucifix with Jesus on it or something like that, you know, where it's like it's like a head nod to those old lion dancers because one of the imps is a cat head. And then the other is a dog head, and then the other is an old man. And you could say that maybe the old man is like the Morgott Moog kind of like the old man when Morgott turns into a normal guy again after you kill him and you take his shard. See, that's the other thing you got to remember that's interesting is like when you kill Godric, he shrinks. You can find his body. He shrinks after you take his shard. Morgott shrinks after you take his shard. And I think you could argue the same for some of the other bosses. I think when you take Radahn's shard, he just rots. And he just, like, disintegrates. Yeah, and in the intro trailer, they show Morgott and Radahn fighting, and they're the same size as normal troops. So I think it's like the shards of the Elden Ring is like what made them all big and godlike. The other thing I love about Godric is he says that he's seen it, like he's seen the future, and that one day him and his brothers and sisters will one day be like reunited under the Earth Tree. And it's like, yeah, dude, by my fucking hand. Yeah, by my blade, exactly. Yeah, Godric is a coward. He pretended to be a woman and ran away the capital when it was assaulted by Radahn's troops. He used the mimic veil to pretend he was a woman, and he hid amongst the women and maidens and made his way out. And he didn't get it either, because he was another one. He idolized Godfrey's. He idolized the lion. He idolized the axe. He idolized the dragon. But what he didn't know was Horaloo is the baddest motherfucker. Godfrey is just half the man. Okay, so we got that going. Okay, so that's a golden seed, obviously. Man, my head's weird today. I'm sorry, everybody. Like, I'm coming to. I think you can hear it. Like, I'm coming to. I'm starting to joke around and get goofy. But no, sometimes the lines and the dots just don't quite connect as they should. So, still bear with me a little bit. Yeah, it's not like anything scary or anything. I'm probably gonna end up talking about this a lot while I stream. But yeah, there's more than one type of seizure, and there's more than one type of epilepsy, and a lot of people assume that epilepsy is like going like catatonic or passing out or shaking or convulsing or losing control of yourself or bodily functions, which is definitely a seizure. That is definitely a seizure. But there's other types of seizures too. There's some people get muscle spasms. Some people get involuntary muscle movements. Horaloo was hiding behind that pussy cat. Dude, Horaloo is the baddest motherfucker, dude. And that's the thing, is nobody knows. I love that about the game. Nobody knows, because everybody's looking up to Godfrey. And don't get me wrong, Godfrey is, dude. Godfrey's a Giga Chad. Love the man. He's a Sigma, bro. He fucking went on that long march. He didn't need that woman. But yeah. So yeah, but it's just interesting, like Radahn, everybody talks about how great Godfrey is, and the golden era and all of that, and it's just, no, man, there was a man who was a barbarian, a warrior, who conquered with his bare hands. Actually didn't need to come down here yet. I'm kind of spacing a little bit because I'm all scatterbrained, but we're good, Okay, so I got all that done. We're going back here. And we're going to get the rest of these freebie golden seeds and get a grace that's really helpful, and the rest of the map that we can grab. And then we're going to go back for the Bloody Helice. One of my favorite weapons in the game. And an archetype I haven't used on stream yet, so it'll be fun. I'll have to kind of pull my shit together because it's more of a finesse weapon. But I think, honestly, it'll be a bit easier than the daggers. Daggers do work really well for Radahn, though, if you know how to position yourself right. But yeah, and sometimes I get these, like, I don't know if it's like, you could call it like static or something on like an old CRT TV or something, but like I kind of get these moments where I kind of feel like my channels are a little scrambled. You might be right. I don't know all the details about the relationship between Godfrey and Moog. I know Godwyn is the reason Moog had to live in the sewer. I'm pretty sure it was Godwyn. I think it was Godwyn, Radigan, and Marika that kind of came to the conclusion to put all the Omen in the sewer, but I'm not 100% sure on that. Because I think that's the other thing is, like, I think we're going to find out why the Omen are shunned. And I think that's going to be a big part of the expansion, is why the Omen are in the sewer. Why are they not allowed to leave? And why are there Omen killers wandering around the lands killing Omen babies? I think we're going to figure all of that out in the DLC, because we're going to figure out why that Omen city was destroyed in the trailer. Yeah, because the crazy thing is, too, with Godfrey, man, like you look at Liurnia even, like Ronnie, Renala, Rykard, Radon. It was kind of interesting because, I'll go this way and grab this Grace. They don't have any real beef with Godfrey. Like, I think to an extent, they almost feel like Godfrey is the same as Renala because their mother was abandoned by Radigan. Radigan, went in and like knocked her up, had a bunch of babies and stuff, and then left the nest, left her with her hands full in the nest. And to a degree, the same thing happened with Godfrey. Marika used Godfrey until he was no longer useful. And then sent him on the Long March. And then I also argued that I think the player characters are also Marika's children. So she abandoned all of us. She sent us on this, like, struggle mission. Probably should have saved that. I might be respecking when I get the Bloody Helice, because I might need some extra strength. We'll see what's up. Go back over here because we gotta go get the Bloody Helice. Okay. You think Moog had daddy issues? I do think that's a good possibility. He might not have liked Godfrey. I'll say Moog probably more so had mommy issues because of the whole thing with him. He switched from Marika to the Mother of Truth. He found a new mom. One of the cool things I always talk about, a lot of people will make comments about, like, how it's funny that Moog is the Lord of Blood, but he's weak to bleed. And I've always said, if you look at the one item description, I think it's from one of Moog's weapons or one of his armor sets or something, it says, the Mother of Truth craves a wound. And I think that's the thing. Even if you're a follower of hers, she doesn't care. She doesn't care where that wound is. She doesn't care who bleeds, as long as somebody does. And I think that's cool. And I think that's why you can still bleed Moog, even though he's the Lord of Blood. Is because the Mother of Truth just wants somebody to bleed. And I think when Moog reaches his hand up into the portal, and grabs the blood and throws it at you, I think he's reaching into the Mother of Truth. And that was surprisingly easy. Yeah, he's really into Mikola. Okay, so here's the other thing. That being said, I'm going to take a moment to pause here because I want to do some Moog defending here. And I want to fight against some people in the Elden Ring community because some of these people in the Elden Ring community kind of frustrate me a little bit. Okay, so yeah, I got the Bloody Helice. Nice. Okay, so the thing is, this is the way I kind of see it. The way the rules work in Elden Ring is in order to become a god, one must first be an Empyrean. And in order for an Empyrean to take the throne, they have to have, like, control of the Elden Ring, and they need a consort. Like for Ranni's quest line, Ranni is the Empyrean, and you are her Elden Lord. You're the consort. You're like her husband. Like you're her counterpart to like usher it in. Just like Godfrey helped with Marika. Just like and that's the other thing that's interesting is Radigan, I think at one point was a consort, but no longer. When you encounter him, it doesn't say Elden Lord, it says Radigan of the Golden Order. I think he is one with Marika, and he is also a god. Like they are like a duality god. No longer a consort, and that might be part of it. Maybe you and your consort become like a unified god, and Marika didn't want Godfrey Horaloo to be part of that, and then that's what ended up into this whole fracturing with, and then going with Radigan, tarnishing everybody and sending everybody away. But the point being is, okay, so if Melania is also a Empyrean, and if she wanted to become Elden Lord, she would need a consort. And it's rumored in multiple places in the game that she does have a consort. She was being courted by someone from Marias, which is the Shaded Castle, the family that lived at the Shaded Castle, where there's all the poison and the slugs and everything. And okay, so this is where I'm going with my Moog defense, in a way. So a lot of people online like to call Moog like a creepy, you know, like a pedo, like somebody that does inappropriate things with children. And of course, there's that kind of possible connotation to it. But more so, if you look at things like historically, like you look at like the Middle Ages or even Rome, you look at us humans historically, I think, for me at least, I think Moog, what his interest in Mikola, they think he is a Keen killer. Yeah, that's their assumption. But it's like, you know, Game of Thrones or something like that. I think to Moog, the throne is more important than Mikola. Moog wants to usher in his dynasty, but he's rebirthing Mogwyn dynasty. And Mogwyn, I'm thinking, is connected to that dynasty of Omen we see destroyed in the trailer. And I think Moog is trying to bring it back. And he wants the Omen to rise up. And that's his objective. And he's using the Mother of Truth instead of the Greater Will. And he wants to become like a new lord. Because you have a dragon lord, Placidusax, who had a god. And his god is gone. Then we had Elden Lord, Godfrey. And his god was Marika. And then now Moog wanted to be the Lord of Blood, with the god being Mikola and the Greater Will instead being the Mother of Truth. So I think my perception of it is his lust isn't necessarily sexually with Mikola. His lust is for power, and he knows that Mikola's body as an Empyrean is a gateway to him achieving his goals. And I think his infatuation is more with power than it is a young adolescent androgynous boy. That's my opinion, at least. and we're going to continue to run. Okay. Do I think Moog is a piece of shit? Yes. I'm just saying I think he's a different kind of piece of shit than the creep people are saying he is. Still a creep. Still a creep.
Well, my fellow, how may I serve you?
Because the other thing is, you also have to keep in mind, is if then there's another incest element to it. Because they're half-brothers. Thank you. Thank you. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Because I think that's why I also think we're going to, like, there's that connection to the expansion. Like, Moog is the gatekeeper to the expansion. I think so. The game is ensuring you're familiar with Mogwin Dynasty, you're familiar with Mikola, you're familiar with all of that before you even go in. Okay, so I'm gonna need 16 strength, 19 dexterity. Okay, so I'm gonna go get that image of Moog carrying Mikola as a child. I think creeps people out. And it does. It does. But the other thing you have to keep in mind, too, this is the other thing, not to be weird, is... And this is gonna sound like some, like, I'm defending, like, that creepy anime, like, hentai stuff, but I'm not. But the other thing you have to remember is there's, like, a weird incest thing in here, too. So, like, already, like, I don't think that, like... it's necessarily entirely sexual because it's kind of because I think Moog would kind of be turned off by that. And then the other aspect to it too is that Mikola is forever a boy. So Mikola, like, not to be, because that's like one of those anime things, like, oh, the girl's really like a 600-year-old vampire, so it's not really being creepy because it's really a 600-year-old. In a way, it's kind of like that, where like Moog probably knew Mikola for like thousands of years, maybe, before he ever kidnapped him. Like, they probably had tea together and conversations, because Moog was born long before Mikola ever showed up. But even then, Mikola was around before the Shattering, and the Shattering happened about 5,000 years ago. So Mikola's a 5,000-year-old boy. And that's where this game also gets kind of weird. There's a lot of things that are kind of weird. I can go on many, many rants about this. Okay, we need that larval tier. I can go on many, many rants. Like, oh, here's another one. Here's another one. People talk about the joke. They joke around and they laugh about how there's a lot of bare feet in the game. Like, oh, Miyazaki has a barefoot fetish and stuff like that. Well, while he might. I concede the guy might have a bit of a foot fetish, or his design team might have a bit of a foot fetish. But the other thing I'll ask is in this era of time, for one, how many people had shoes and sandals? And then the other question is when you talk about bosses, because all the bosses are barefoot, why would a god need shoes? Like, to a degree, I think it lends itself to, like, their godliness, you know? Yeah, like, shoes would be vanity, but, like, even it's just, like, you're a god. Like, you don't have to worry about stubbing your toe. Like, you don't have to worry about stepping on a rock. You don't have to worry, like, you're a god. Wait 1 second. Gotta double check before I do something stupid. Okay, 16 strength, 19 dexterity. Let's remember that.
Down.
Rebirth.
Now.
Okay, so 16 strength, 19 dex. And we're good. But yeah, it's like Marika doesn't have shoes. Radigan doesn't have shoes. You actually see Rykard's feet. He doesn't have shoes. Radon doesn't have feet. But you can tell from his armor set and the intro that he does not have shoes. Godric doesn't wear shoes, but he's wearing like 20 feet. He does have the one. The other cool thing, Godric. Here's a cool thing about Godric. Ever wonder how Godric is able to do his little storm stomps? He has Commander Njaal's leg. Commander Njaal, you know, up there at Castle Sol, the annoying guy who's got the peg leg of lightning. If you look, he's got a special type of like duck foot armor on the foot that he does have, and you can get that armor with the veteran set. And if you look at Godric's feet, one of his feet is Commander Njaal's leg. I think that's one of the coolest things. Okay, so we got that all set up. We have a Bloody Helice at +7, so we're gonna get it to +9. This is where we get going. Okay, so we're gonna go to Fort Ferrith. We're gonna head on down. Oh, I'm not really heading the right way. We're heading this way. I was looking over at chat. Okay, so there's our 9. And then we go up on this ridge line. There'll be a white scarab that has a smithing stone 8 if you can kill it and get it to blow up. And then we'll have a +9 Bloody Helice. Get that Bloody Helice, which I can equip actually. Okay, so we're gonna go back to the drawing board on this. Okay, so we're gonna do Bloody Helice there. We're gonna do Reduvia here. Sage trousers. Ooh. Okay, so this is where we're at. Okay, go back here. Okay. So, this is where I sit down and think. Do I keep getting the regular stones for my dagger setup? Or now that I have the Bloody Helice, do I just push forward? Well, if I use the Bloody Helice, I gotta get the counter-attack talisman. My talismans have to switch up a bit. Should have grabbed the lantern. Nice, got a string. Okay. Okay, so going back to one of the times I got wrecked recently, and something I talked about with counterattack damage is if you get attacked by a thrusting weapon and get hit in the middle of or thrusting attack and get hit in the middle of an attack animation, you take additional damage. It's called counterattack damage. So since you're going to be using a thrusting sword, it would only make sense if we equip the counterattack talisman. Oh, well, that's not too bad. I'll spawn in right there. But yeah, I can always just keep pushing forward, and then if I want the daggers, I can go back and get all the supplies for the daggers. But I have this now. We're gonna go, we're gonna try for Radon. This is gonna be messy, but we're gonna try for Radon. Cool. Oh, no, you're all good. You're all good. Mine does it too sometimes. We're probably going to go for Radon early. Because then I can get the Black Wet Blade from Nokrin. And maybe go over and try for an Arsenal Charm. But I think we kind of, at this point, I'm going to see how far I can get without going for the dagger upgrades. Because I can always go back for that. Because with the Bloody Helice alone, I might be ready to just get through the game. I can parry. What is the counterattack damage? See, the critical damage on the Bloody Helice is only 100. That's weird.
My dearest demigod, are you the festival?
Ready as I'll ever be.
Before we begin, allow me to paint you the full picture.
Leg. We had to go and look at a picture of Godric after that. Oh, yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. Isn't that fucking awesome, dude?
General Radon.
Yeah, and that's why that dude's got a peg leg over there, man. It's so fucking cool, dude.
Eaten from the inside by
And the thing is, nowhere in the game does it explicitly tell you that. It's just story within the world that if you happen to notice it, it just adds that much more richness to everything.
Now he gathers the corpses of former friends and foes alike.
I hope that kind of becomes a meme or something. Cause yeah, but yeah, I really think that's really cool with Godric. And honestly, kind of makes me think like it does add a dynamic to Godric where like I think he's kind of cool. Like of course I think he's a coward, kind of bitch made, ran like a punk. goes down faster than any other demigod. He's not even like a son of Marika. He's like a nephew 4 times removed or something. But I still think it's cool that he was a bad enough dude to take Commander Njaal's leg. If anything, it adds to his villainy, and I think that's cool. Because I of course, all the bosses should have some good villainy. Yeah, no, I agree. Or he made Commander Njaal do it like as like a Yakuza thing. You know, like it was like punishment. Like, oh, you screwed up, so give me your leg. I don't know, it's something like that. Like he pulled rank or something. Because I even think Commander Njaal would kill Godric. Okay, we're gonna see if we can get him to do the buggy stuff again. Okay, so if you lock on and move away instead of towards him, he'll despawn. And then when you load him back in, he does one of like 2 things. He's doing the shoot behind him. This is where he just kind of gets goofy. But if you get him to shoot to the right, he'll just chase you down with his swords, and he won't use his bow anymore. But it looks like his AI is, kind of got a little buggy. I didn't even think about not having the physic. Not looking so bad. Okay, gotta kill him for that. And that's a first try Radon with Ronnie's Moon. And that's the other thing too, man, in contrast to Godric and how like when Godric dies, there's a dude that's literally like spitting on him and stomping on him, and what a pathetic excuse. You know, that fucking Gostock and all that shit. Dude, people hated him, and you got like Kenneth Haidt calling him a country bumpkin and stuff, like all sorts of stuff. But Radon, they held a festival like every year to send in the baddest dudes just so their leader could die an honorable death. Like they let you walk through the gates to kill their leader because they want nothing more than for their leader to die in battle and no longer be a plagued like dog eating corpses in the desert. Like they want him to die a man. And that's so in contrast to Godric. Like, it's awesome, dude. Like,
The glory of falling star. I can't fathom. He was a living, and the path is not to Nokra. Let's meet where we'll take up us. Let's go into my only purpose. The curtain's right.
And in the whole
Let's go into
Melania
my only
versus
purpose, the
Radon
curtain's right.
thing, I'm a Radon stan. I'm a big Radon fan. I love that dude stomping on Godric's head. Hell yeah, dude.
Aye, one hit after that, and as such, as luck would, if I can, and you know, who could expect it? Just you wait.
Okay. So, we can level up. Okay, now that he's gone, we can go back here, and we're gonna go get the black whetstone, so that we can start upgrading things to bleed, poison, and occult. Since we're an arcane build, we're gonna need that. So we're gonna go a route that we got Streets of Rage 2 sound. Oh yeah, dude. Which, did you start with Go Straight, or did you start somewhere else? Dude, there's so many good tracks on Streets of Rage 2 soundtrack. I love how Streets of Rage 3 used the like expanded like 32 megabit cartridge for the Genesis, and it was pretty much just all for the soundtrack. Yuzo Koshiro is a legend. He also did the Sonic the Hedgehog games. Oh, he's got so much good music. I remember on Streets of Rage 2 on the original Sega Genesis, you had the BGM selection in the options menu to where you could listen to all the background music. And I remember the first time you run into, what's his name, like Benabar, or I forget his name, the bartender, the boss of the first stage. When you first walk out in the back of the bar, it's raining, and you can hear the rain falling. And then slowly it kind of moves into the boss music playing for that like throwdown in the back alley while it's raining. And they had it as a separate track in the BGM selection in the menu, where you could listen to the boss music on loop, or you could listen to the one with the rain in the beginning. And I just remember it was just so epic, and that there's something that like gives me goosebumps when I play Streets of Rage 2, and you just walk out into the alley in the rain, and you hear it raining, and then that fucking bass kicks in, and you know you're about to throw down. Like, I love that game. Okay. I got parry! And I died. I should have expected the parry on the mirror match. Stake America. America. Oh my, I'm getting wrecked by my own build. Okay, so I gotta respect this like I respect myself. Usually I just walk through the AI, but maybe I gotta respect this like I respect myself. Or I just fall off the ledge. I could do that too. The 3 Gs. Gravity, greed, and ganks. That was gravity. And I wasn't close enough to the Stake America. How funny is that? But I'll run over here and grab this bell bearing. I wonder if there's going to be new summons. Don't you know yourself? Sometimes I think I do, but sometimes I don't. Sometimes I kind of surprise myself. I don't know, man. Sometimes as you get older, you definitely start to surprise yourself sometimes. Okay, so here we go. We're gonna move up and gotcha. What? What the hell was that? I get one shot, he doesn't take any? Okay. I see how it is. Still kind of cool though that we both did the Dynast finesse into each other. There we go. There we go. And we're back. Somber 5. I always thought it was cool. Like, the whole game, I was staring at this temple in the distance, like, there's gotta be a way to get there. Moog was actually the last thing I ever found in the game. It's hard to fight a mimic when you're a bad dude. Dude, that's a great way to put it, dude. Dude, Vinny, that might be... I might come up with a chat bot for quotes. Vinny might be the first to get added. That's a great one. It's hard to fight a mimic when you're a bad dude. That's, dude. I got lost amongst the wisdom, bro. Okay, so we're gonna head up here. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. At some point, I'm not in a hurry, because like I've been saying, I'm new to this and I gotta figure some stuff out, but I do at some point want to get together like a chat bot or something, so you can kind of like, you know, post prompts to it, it'll respond, it'll occasionally put out quotes and stuff, you just kind of do goofy stuff in chat. But that's a great one. I'm writing that down. Because I might say that every single time I die to that fight from now on. Which hopefully isn't often. We're going to head through here. Black Wet Blade. Exactly what I was looking for. We might as well get the Finger Slayer Blade, just in case we would want to do Ronnie's quest line. I don't think we do, but it's there. Another thing, I guess, since we're doing an Arcane build, we might want to take care of RA's quest line, so we can get the Rose Bouquet. And then we'll go and get the White Mask and all that set and everything. Just so we're, like, Arcane. We got all our duds and everything. Okay. So, we're gonna head back. I'm still trying to figure out these giant corpse ladies. Still something I haven't quite figured out yet. Part of me thinks that they might be birthers for the silver tiers. That's a wild one. I don't think too many people have said that one. I don't know if anybody said that out loud. But I think there's a chance that they might be birthers or something for the silver tiers. Because Nox are producing all sorts of artificial life. Finger Slayer Blade. And the Glove Ward. Okay, so we got the Black Wet Blade. So we can turn our Great Knife, Occult, Poison, Bleed, whichever we need. That rhymed. And then we... I think you're like pretty good to go to the capital pretty much. Oh, Vike. Vike and the Sacred Tier at Vike. I gotta get that. Maybe I'll go back and get the physic ingredients that I didn't grab with the daggers. That could be something else I do real quick before going to the capital. Because once we go to the capital with this build, if I'm using Bloody Helice to the end, I'm like pretty much ready to go. And there might be some cleanup later, but we'll just get this Sacred Tier and then go get that physic ingredient. But yeah, this might be another character like the Spell Sword, where after the game is done, there'll be some cleanup to do. I oh, that's right. I'm not wearing a chest piece right now. Just to get rid of this to make life easier. I might get procced, we'll see. No, we're good. Okay, now we go fight Vike. Grab that sacred tier. The maiden's clothing items. To close your boots and your motorcycle. Yep. Roll catch is really good on the Bloody Helice. Sacred tier. The Vare move. Yep. Okay. So if you kill Godric, Vare moves to this chapel. So we're gonna go to Boil Prawn Shack. Head on over there. He's gonna give us some tasks to do. And if we do them, we'll get a teleport to Moog. Maybe an early Moog. We can also finish up Vare's quest. Get the bloody bouquet, or the rose bouquet. I forget what it's called, but it's this weapon. It's got blood tax on it. And it's like a bouquet of flowers made out of metal. Kind of an uncommon weapon. Not that great. Counts as a mace. It's decent. It got better when blood tax got buffed.
Ah, you claimed a great room and had what? My doubt. Words are truly. I believe.
Yeah, he doesn't like
that's
two
the
fingers very much.
Oh. Give it a try, and if it I've high,
He tells you to invade 5 people and then come back and talk to him. But
sure to try.
with one of the patches, they added an alternate way to complete the quest, and it's to go invade this NPC over here, because some people don't have internet connections, and they were kind of like, oh shit, that's right, we forgot about that. Their other games were really good about taking care of that, so they fixed this relatively quickly, so that you didn't need to go online to complete the quest. But there's an NPC invader over here, and if you kill him, you get a pretty good item, and it advances the quest. Okay. Kind of spacing a bit again. Okay, so over here, we got the festering bloody finger invasion sign. Then you got Magnus the Beast Claw. We're gonna invade this Bromain. The weapon he uses is really good, and it is a favorite of many an invader. The counterattack damage. And I have like no defenses. That's right, I gotta go back and get the physic ingredient. Well, I'll do that after I kill this guy. Because it should dump me out right by the summon sign. There we go. Great stars. Somber 6 for Daddy or Rubia. Lead dogs coming out of the woodwork. Okay, so that's that. So now we go back and talk to Varre. I'm looking back on it, and I'm glad there's people like Vinny in chat, because I'm way too humble to say shit like, it's hard to fight a mimic when you're a bad dude, but he speaks the truth. Okay, so... Oh, speaking of which, we have an incantation here we want. I keep forgetting to grab it. Here we go. Blood Flame Blade, really good incantation. I just say what I see, Benny. Nice, nice.
Oh, Lamb, I'm glad.
The truth shall set you free.
You have a. I wish to a knight luminary. So,
Luminary Moog. Anoint me.
Now, for you, normally this art. The cloth, the blood.
Okay, so now you need the blood of a maiden. There's a couple ways to get it. An easy way, not Bellum. And I think I didn't grab the grace up top, so I might be a dumb dude. Okay, so one way that most people do is they go to Church of Inhibition, where you fight Vike, and there's the maiden corpse there. The other way, which at this point, because I forgot to grab that grace, that's faster, is you can get back to the 4 belfries, go back to the beginning of the game, and there's a dead maiden where you start the game that you can get the blood from. once again at the Chapel of Anticipation. This is also, I'll be able to max out my weapon by doing this, because I'll be able to get a Somber 10 right now once I complete the quest with Vare. Yep, right in here where you start, there is this deceased maiden. So, Lord Blood's favor. It's cool because it's a blank piece of cloth, and the image only shows up when you put maiden blood on it, which is kind of cool. Then we go back here, and we're going to ride back to Vare and say, hey, we killed a maiden, even though we didn't. And we are back to Vare. So we talked to Vare.
And with this, a knight. Now, this...
We offer our finger.
Oh, good heavens. Clench your teeth or something.
And now we have a bloody finger.
Never forget, for it is what binds. You have... Oh,
And there we go. Pure Blood Knight's medal.
with the power I've got, but you mustn't. The meeting was luminary. We must.
Okay, so
One day, right, my...
he tells us not to use it, but guess what? Fuck you, dude. And we're at Mogwin Palace. I have a level, and we're gonna go grab some supplies. Got some damage, nice. 3 damage, 3 AR is always nice. We're gonna go this way. I'm gonna remove that so we don't accidentally burn any. Get on Torrent. I'm gonna get the Halig Drake medallion. I'm gonna get the War Surgeon set and the White Mask. And then I think I'm gonna head to the capital. I think. I could take care of Alexander. Oh, it's right. No, I can head to the top and get that Somber. That's what I really need to do. Okay, so over here, grab the Halig Drake. And if we go wide right, we might get a bird chasing us. We'll see what happens here. We'll definitely get invaded here, though. Whoa! Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay. We're gonna go get that Somber. forgetting to pick up the lantern for you guys. Hope it's not too dark. Yeah, it was. It was just bad. It's syncing up the way it did. Okay, so that's an invasion sign to kill Vare, but I want to make sure I get that one armor set before I kill Vare. But there's a somber ancient dragon smithing stone in a chest over here. And we're good. Yeah, what's gonna drop here? I'm gonna go the other route to the invader so I don't pull a bunch of aggro. Yeah, that bird was just... The birds here are probably the worst because they have that attack where they just land on their belly and crawl around. It's terrible. Tax, and we out. I'll eventually have to go back and get the flies, the blood flies. There is a golden seed up here. See, I was a dumb dick again. I aggroed the dogs. That dumb dick aggroed. Yeah, you can from the other side. It just... I'm being a dumb dude. There's a way to fight this guy one-on-one with nothing else getting aggroed. I just forgot all those dogs were up there by the golden seed. So I'll just go back and do it the right way. But yeah, there's if you're up on the other side of Grace, where the farming cliff is, where everybody farms the Albinurics, you can shoot an arrow on that bird, and it'll just run off the cliff trying to chase you, which is kind of funny. And I think you can even just get it to fall off with regular attacks. See, you just kind of come in here while he's not looking. And if you just go this way, the dogs don't even get aggroed. And then you just get your one-on-one fight. Dudes. Okay, I'll come back and take care of this apparently. That's just a take a deep breath and walk away moment. Okay, so we're going to go upgrade this weapon to max, and then we're going to clear out the capital. We're getting it done. So we got to go to easy.
You've defeated. The general was blighted. There is no thanks to you. Descend underground and make it.
Maxed it out. And then now we got the Reduvia coming up behind. I might just go for endurance to 30 just to get it out of the way. Oh, and I can also get the other arsenal charge. Oh, there's so much shit. Okay, so no, I gotta do this the legit way my brain likes it. Okay, so then we can get one more vigor. That guy looked like you killed his wife or something. Even when you were dead, he wouldn't. Dude, that guy was. I was speechless. I was just speechless. He did give me the Steven Seagal, you kill my wife, fuck you, and die treatment. That might be his best line. I think it's a safe argument. I got a bunch of shit to do. That was some personal shit. Yeah, it was, dude. That was some very personal shit. Yeah, that was disgusting. That's why I'm thinking I need to go around and get my other stuff together. Because, oh, that's right. I'm not wearing any armor, and I don't have the physics set up. See, I can't even wear that shit. Sometimes. I'm like I'm in a rut or this game just wants to punish me for how I've been punishing it for the last week. Watch, he's gonna do it again. Oh, okay, now you. Can't get behind him because of the lava. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa, dude. Chill out. Chill out. Jeez, dude. Now I can go talk to Alexander. Because I'm going to want Alexander's charm this time through.
Ah, I hardly think I've been take it. I won't be. Perhaps as an old above the law. Perhaps an old above the law.
Okay. Now we got that done. I can go for the weak arsenal jar or the big end. It's gonna run for the regular one. We'll worry about the big end later. That might be a post game. Really need the 5s. I just need that arsenal jar for now. Or not the jar, but the arsenal charm. I should just, I guess, grab the 5s because I'll go into the great knife. See how many of these guys survive this shit. Here we go. Okay, boys, so now he's weak. Now we just combo him out. Then we work this one. That's taking a sweet time. 2 charge attacks is all it took. Charge. Half a charge. Now we're going to finish out the other. Cool. Got another level. Okay, so that being said, I got that charm now. Yeah, let's do it. Level up. I maxed the weapon, I'm pretty sure. Yep. I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick, and then we're gonna head into the capital. Resistance is going up, but I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. What's the character's name? Nax. Nax. And it's short. It's a short nickname, but Nax is the name of the character. Okay, so let's start working our way to the capital. Oh my goodness, I forgot to do it once again. Well, first we gotta lose aggro. I keep forgetting to go get my physic ingredient. Okay, now we're going to this dude that I had trouble with earlier with the daggers. We're going to try it with the Bloody Helice. Plus, I've woken up a bit. I've kind of shaken out the cobwebs. I hope this goes a little bit smoother than it did the last time I tried. Not a good time for a charge attack. That was a bad idea. Yeah, that happened. That happened. We got it. That's proof in the pudding. We got it. I didn't even have my physic going. I was just... In the words of Wang, my mind and my spirit are traveling north and south. I did it again. Greed, 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 greed. Yeah, I'm getting greeded. So, I just need to not greed next time. Not greed. Third time's a charm. Calling it here. But the roll attack is definitely slower than it used to be. That's fine. I'm curious what changes are going to happen when the DLC drops. But at least I had the bubble. Not even listening to my own advice. Don't bleed. Got you. Yeah, I just need to get rid of the greed and the risk. That'll give us our physic ingredient and a bunch of runes. So we're gonna head way back over because we're going to the capital now. No reason not to. Well, there are reasons not to, but we're gonna have fun. So first, let's catch some levels. probably burn one and get that last arcane. Thank you. Yeah, fuck that dude. Fuck that asylum demon. Okay. Now we got a nice calm ride. And then Draconic Tree Sentinel. Eventually, I'm gonna get a Dragon Communion seal for the left hand for some incantations, but for the time being, I didn't even equip my physic. Dude, let's rock and roll. Got pummeled for being a dumb dick. There we go. Fuck him too. We'll spend them runes. Truck through. So we're gonna go down for the Decaying Tree Beast for the I'm trying to think if there's anything I'd want to grab out of here on this character, and I don't think there is. That was wild. I thought that hit you over there, but I guess that was no. It's the Dynast Finesse. If you didn't know, this move right here, the Ash of War, the beginning part of it, that entire thing is iframed. For your roll, it's the first like 16 frames. Like not even the whole roll is a full dodge. But for Dynast Finesse, all of that is iframes. Iframes are invulnerability frames for anybody that doesn't know. But yeah, you're invulnerable for the entire duration of that. So you can dodge and then thrust and then add 2 more if you want. It's one of my favorite weapons. I love this thing just for that. It's a really cool bait tool in PvP, and you can use it really cool with some boss fights. There's also some Ashes of War. Any Ash of War where you're technically, I think there's most of them where you're like jumping, like Lion Claw, the one that comes on Royal Greatsword, the one Blythe has. A few of them where you're in the air, you're technically considered jumping, which means like from the rib cage down, you don't have any collision boxes. So there's some Ashes of War that you can like use the Ash of War as a jump to get over attacks. Like there's with the Royal Greatsword that like flip stab ice explosion you can do with the Blythe sword. You can do that to jump over like Malekith's spin to win. So when he does like the jump and then like the arc beam, and then he goes into spin to win, you can actually use the Ash of War to punish a spin to win, and it looks really cool. Also, he's just standing spin to win. You can punish with that. Godfrey's stomps you can punish with the jump Ash of Wars. Yeah, you'll see me, once I start getting comfortable in these later fights, you'll see me use the Dynas Finesse in some pretty cool ways. And honestly, one of my favorite fights to do with it, which I don't know if I'm going to get to today, I might do tomorrow, but one of my favorite fights to do with the Bloody Helice is Melania. Because there's some really cool times where like she tries to do a thrust attack on you, and you like Dynast Finesse out of the way of the thrust, and then counter attack. It just feels really good. Like you're both kind of like there's like a give and take to both of you dodging each other's attacks. It's just really fun. Stop attacking me.
For bringing me here, and thus I shall depart. Farewell. I shall leave. I wish you have. I have no.
Like I might do some. I might start getting comfortable and do it a couple times on this enemy too. You can go. Yeah, you can do stuff like that, which is really cool. Get some levels. And at any point in time, you can get back to the subterranean shunning ground, so I don't have to worry too much about doing the subterranean shunning ground now. My health might be a little bit low, my stats might be a little bit low, but I think we should be fine. With one of my more favorite weapons, I think we should be okay with going ahead. Oh, I didn't use my other level. I'm a dummy. And I didn't switch my physic out either. So I'll do that the next time if I remember when I get to a grace. Oh, I thought I'd get the roll in time. golden seed. And then if we go in here, we can get a cracked pot. Head on up here. Grab the grace. And the loot. And a level, and switch my physic. Level 29. Mix my physic. We are going to switch that out for that. And flasks, allocate. Going one that way. Good. That's it. We're done. Now we start running towards Godfrey. Oh, wrong way. Wrong way. I'm already thinking like, yeah, we about to kill a fire giant, y'all. But yeah. Here we go. But it is going to be that fast. Like, I don't think I have like any side stuff. I can do all of that after the game's done now. Also, guys, don't forget D&D reveal tomorrow. He's hungry. What's also cool about these guys, I don't know if a lot of people know about this either with these guys. You know those big giant Miranda flowers around the game that shoot magic spells at you and make like the magic pollen rain down? It's believed that that's what these guys are turning into. And Miranda was the first person to turn into a flower. And that's why they're called Miranda flowers. And I think you fight the Miranda flower in the Perfumer's dungeon. Perfumer's Grotto dungeon, maybe? Yeah, they can heal themselves by blooming. Really cool. Dude, every little detail, man, it keeps going for miles and miles and miles, man. Hours and hours of talking. Like, if you look up there, above there, you got, like, the rings underneath the tree. You see, like, where my Bloody Helice is, you got the tree. But above it is all this weird swirling stuff into the sky. And if you look at the helmets of the dudes working for Mesmer, they have that symbol on their helmets. Let's rock Godfrey. I thought I was gonna roll through it. Then we get a reset. We go back in. Stop. You're gonna roll out of the way. Now you're done. And we got our last talisman pouch, which is gonna go for the arsenal jar, but for the time being, let's just go Halig in case there's some holy coming off of him. I don't even remember if it counts as holy from Morgoth or not, but that's how we're gonna roll. We're gonna see what's up. It might be, it might not be. We'll find out. Either way, we can slap on the fire one when we go for Fire Giant. And we'll have the arsenal jar by the time we fight Geraint and Malekith. I forgot to level up. Just gonna do that so we know where we're sitting at with the 30 endurance. See, I still can't equip a headpiece. I got the page trousers. I got the page trousers. I'm so happy. Every build I've talked about how I wanted to get the... I didn't even notice. I've talked about it every build. I've wanted to get the page trousers. I finally get the page trousers. Favorite pants in the game. I just need two more. Okay, cool. We're super good. Okay, give me a moment. I'm gonna drink a little bit of water. I'm gonna take a deep breath. I think I'm kind of pulling myself together here, which is great. Morning was really foggy. Some parts of the run I don't even remember. But here we are. We're at Morgoth. And that's where the thorough building comes in handy. Because I can just look at what I have and know what I need. Okay, here we go. Sorry. Swallowed the water a little wrong. I was so excited that I was finally getting a chance to drink some water. I'm going to drink some more water.
Graceless, tarnished.
I'm going to have to refill that at some point.
What is thy business with these thrones? Godric the Golden. The twin prodigies, Mikola and Melania. General Radahn. Praetor Rykard. Luna Princess Rani.
Traitors.
Willful traitors. All. Thy kind are all of a piece. Pillagers, emboldened by the flame of ambition. last of all kings.
Got a counterattack in. Let's heal that off. You always try to evade me, they're rolling into those falling swords. Oh man, the auxiliary lifted. Yeah, I'll just heal up and we'll just dive in. Nice little roll attack. Maybe do a little dynast. Only one no. I knew you were gonna follow up. Here we go. With finesse. Radigan's seal is on the thorns. What if Radigan had a kid with somebody besides Marika, and that's who Mesmer is the kid of? That's always another wild card theory. There's a lot of wild card theories you can just throw out at this game. I think that's going to narrow down a bit, though, after the expansion drops. I think that's going to be the genius of it.
So I'd like to the flame then and guide you. Shall I turn? Let my hand share them with me. Your thoughts, your ambitions, the principles you would follow.
There we go. Now we're leaving Avenue Balcony and heading off, I think, straight to Fire Giant, pretty much. Except for we will have to do Okina on the way, because I'm going to want that Sacred Tier. But yeah, we're pretty much just riding straight to Fire Giant. I don't need anything in Consecrated Snowfield at the moment. I don't need anything in Mountaintop of the Giants offhand at the moment. I can do all of that stuff post-game if I need to. And this might be one of the later characters, or it's not going to be the first character I take into the expansion. So there is always, like, I can clean him up at any point in time, really. The Spell Sword's the one that's the most important, because that's definitely going to be the first one I take in. I want to see what the what spells and intelligence weapons are on offer. I'm going to skip the perfume bottle, because to be completely honest, I used the perfume bottle on one build. It was a Dexterity Lightning build, and I could take advantage of some of the perfume stuff. And to be honest, it's really good. It's really strong. I'm just not the type of person to go around farming for materials all the time. And I know that there's multiple people that do, like, save scumming and stuff to get, like, consumables. And I know there's people that use mods and stuff to get consumables. But I don't know. I like playing the games kind of straight up. But at the same time, I don't like farming. So, like, for instance, there's really good items that require the string you get from demi-humans. Most people just, like, give themselves, like, 1,000 string, and it's like, alright, I'm done. They just give it to themselves with, like, a cheat engine or something, and then they don't have to worry about it anymore. That just feels kind of dirty to me. Granted, I'm going to have to get over that, because I am going to do some runs where I'm going to literally take the build from the Chapel of Anticipation through the entire game. And for that, I'm going to have to use Cheat Engine to drop off some items and armor and, you know, cosmetics and stuff. But I don't know. It feels weird giving yourself a bunch of the consumables, in my opinion. Ooh, the health regen saved me there. Ooh, Royal Knight's Resolve. Royal Knight's Resolve. I think it lasts on your weapon for. It's a weapon art. That was what made his weapon glow white. It lasts on your weapon. Yeah, it is cheater shit, and a lot of people use that in. A lot of people use that shit in PvP. You know, it's like, for instance, the Golem arrows. Golem arrows have an AoE explosion, and they're the only heavy arrow that has an AoE explosion, but they're also, like, one of the rarest farms in the game. So what people do is they just cheat engine in, like, you know, like 100 of them or whatever, and then they just invade people with a bunch of Golem arrows. Or if you're on PlayStation, the other way that people do it is, say you and me are friends on PlayStation, and I got a drop where I have 5 Golem arrows. I'm going to take that save, and I'm going to put it on the cloud. And then I'm going to go into your game, and I'm going to drop those 5 Golem arrows. And then I'm going to reload my save from the cloud, and I get those 5 Golem arrows back. And then I say, hey, bro, can you give me those 5 Golem arrows back? And you're like, why is that? And you say, because you'll see, bro. And then they give them back, and you got 10, right? So then you go make another cloud save. And then you show up in your buddy's game again. And then you drop 10 of them. And then you quit and reload your cloud save. And then your buddy gives you those 10 back. And now you've got 20. And before you know it, both of you are maxed out on Golem arrows, and you didn't have to farm shit. And it's the rarest, one of the rarest items in the game. And you're just gonna jump into people's games and shoot that shit like it's fucking candy all over the place. Like, that shit bugs me. Granted, I don't mind if you do that shit and you're playing by yourself. But yeah, don't do that shit and go online. And then there's some people, like, and I get there's content creators and whatnot, and, like, they have to fulfill their, like, time on the channel and everything, and they, maybe if they're an invader, they don't want any downtime from invasions on the channel. So they might, like, load a save up where they farm everything, and then at the end of the night, they just delete their save, and then they use the cloud save from the morning where they still have everything in their inventory, so the next day they can try out a bunch of shit. I don't necessarily think that's too bad, but I don't know. When an item is, when you take the value out of a consumable, it gets weird in PvP, because then it's like where the value of the consumable is part of the balance. Is you have to think, like, is shooting this Golem arrow at this dude worth 20 minutes of my life? I think that's, like, supposed to be part of the weight in the in your confrontations. The Iron Cleaver they have is a really good strength weapon. Okay, so now we're gonna get through here this time. I'm gonna pay attention to what I'm doing. Oh yeah, and going back to it, this knight has Royal Knight's Resolve. What it is it applies that white buff to your weapon, which does, like, massive damage boosting. I think it's almost like double damage. But it only lasts for 10 seconds and you only get 1 hit. So if you make it count,
It's really, really strong. And then if you can stack it with like a counter attack and other buffs, maybe a charge attack with a charge attack talisman. PvP wise, there's a lot of people that run the Royal Knight's Resolve. Look at this dude try to get back on his horse. It's not your fault. Your owner is a dickhead. So I'm gonna let that guy go. There's also some other stuff too, like there's a mod for Torrent Anywhere. I want to do that for Elden Beast. I have this theory that Elden Beast was originally designed for a fight with you in Torrent. So I am going to use some cheat engine shit at some point, but more for experimentation than exploitation. Okay, so we're going to ride through. Golden Seeds, Sacred Tears, Bell Bearings. This is just going to be a ride through. And then Okina Fire Giant. It's going to be one of them runs. No detour. Dude, tomorrow I might do the Moonveil run. I might. I could probably get that done by lunch. It'd be a funny joke, but I don't know, I got some ideas. Because depending, I might take a break from Elden Ring tomorrow, because it's been Elden Ring for quite some time, and it's going to be Elden Ring a lot coming up. So tomorrow might be interesting. I might do variety tomorrow. I might do all sorts of stuff. One last double check on the spell sword or something. Cool. So we're gonna head in.
Finally, the Tarnished.
We're gonna skip over Shabriri. Grab this bell bearing. That'll allow us to get 5s and 6s of the regulars. The somber version of that will be coming up soon, near the First Church America.
grab this one just in case.
Do you hear me? It is I, Lieutenant. We're almost there. Castle Sol lies just off to the north, where the other medallion is housed.
It might be. It might be. I'll say that the character's not human. This is not a good analog for what the character is. I'll let you know that much. I might talk about them a bit more when I'm kind of grinding them out a bit, but yeah, no. It might be NPC inspired from Dungeons and Dragons. They might be multi-classed. Sometimes I do this to help me think about NPCs. I've made characters in Baldur's Gate. I've made characters like all RPGs, like Oblivion, Skyrim. That's kind of what I tend to do is make characters, and I just kind of like. Granted, I'm playing Elden Ring, and I'm more so than anything thinking about Elden Ring. But sometimes it does kind of put you in a similar headspace or something, and make you kind of think about the NPC for a moment while you're traveling around. Especially when you're playing more role-playing centric games like Obsidian or Bethesda games, you can really kind of get into the nitty-gritty of, like, I'll say Baldur's Gate is one where you can definitely start up a character on Baldur's Gate and kind of see that character and their personality develop, and then you're like, that's cool, that's what I want to take to the tabletop, that's something I'm really interested in, whether it's an NPC or a player character. Baldur's Gate isn't perfect, but of the games I've played, when it comes to narrative, I feel like it has some of the most freedom, I think, of any game I've played ever, if not in a long enough time to where I can't remember where one would compete. Not that it necessarily competes, but I need to go through New Vegas again. It competes, but not necessarily the regard that I'm speaking of, because Baldur's Gate is crazy. how much story there is for you to control. That's the thing, is like, it's one of those games where you control the story. Dude, the giant ones are the worst. If you have fire, they're not bad. There's a lot of enemies like that. The hands are easy if you have fire, and the abductor versions are easy if you have lightning. You can stun lock the hands with fire, and you can stun lock the abductor versions with lightning. I think it's every 4 hits with lightning, you get a guaranteed posture break on the abductor versions for visceral, I think. Like, poise doesn't matter, it's just 4 hits with lightning. And they open up for the visceral. This one can go either way. Sometimes you'll lunge back into a rivers of blood, and it's not particularly pleasant. The one grace though with Okina is I don't think he can heal. Should have done a roll catch, like R1 spam. There, should have spammed there. We're gonna loop, lunge. There's rivers of blood. Now we go kill the fire giant. Did I not pick up the fire talisman? Well, gentlemen, we return for the fire talisman. Dummy for not grabbing that one. I think if we hit the elevator, we can de-aggro. And then we kill the fire giant. This character is also not a dark elf, if you were thinking, because their skin is dark. They're not a dark elf either. Here we go. Yeah, if you're only worried about one somber weapon, you can get here pretty quick. There we go. First phase down. Flame of the Fell God. Okay, let's do it. Sad, he's like the last of his kind. I mean, it's almost like an Abredius. And it's like America killed all of his people, left him as just a symbol to rot forever. That happened, everybody. I had him to the F. I was about to F that dude. And then, yeah. Well, here we go. Get to enjoy it again. we go. Oh, I kind of messed that up. We will catch our levels. And we got a I didn't even upgrade my class. That's kind of funny. We're gonna level up. Nope. Bigger. There we go. That's what we're talking about. Crafting. 3 of them bad dudes. And we're off to kill Godskin Duo. No, it was second. It was second. It was close. I got him to the F. That's why I said F that man on the first time. And then the second time around, fuck that dude. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it was just... He rolled in a weird way on the first one. I got him to F. That moment where, like, you can't see the health bar, but you know you got one more hit left. But we got it. We got it. We're making pretty good time. We'll talk to Melina.
I have long observed the lands between. This world is in dire need of repair and death. Indiscriminate. Are you prepared to commit a cardinal sin?
I'm ready.
Very well. Let my hand rest upon you for but a moment.
As a side note for everybody, the Elder Scrolls 6 Redfall trailer debuted 6 years ago.
Burn for the sake of the new Lord. Thank you for guiding me here. The one who walks alongside flame shall one day meet the road of destined death.
And also in gaming news, it sounds like Baldur's Gate has kind of reached its end of the road on patches, and they'll be releasing a bunch of mod tools for mod creators, like a full mod kit, and then they're going to hang the game up and move on, which I'm fine with. I want to see what else that studio has to offer. Kill what I piss off. There we go. how that missed me, but I'll take it. Okay, so we're gonna move on. Work our way down. We're gonna get the Somber Stone Bell Bearing. That's coming up. As well as a Grace, and we're gonna keep moving on. So we're gonna try to work our way towards Godskin Duo. I think we're all set and ready for Godskin Duo. There's the Bell Bearing. From here we can drop down. We're going to use the Transept Grace Dragon. It's like Dragon Altar Transept, I think, or Dragon Temple Transept. Okay, here we go. Do I have anything? Nope, nothing of note. We're gonna get our sleep pots. We're gonna hope for the best. How did that not rock? Interrupt that shit. Godskin Duo. Now we got that bell bearing for our smithing stones. We got a lot of runes for leveling up. go take care of Alexander. Freight training in now, bro. Yep, I'm glad you noticed, man. I'm pretty confident we'll be done with this playthrough in not too long. Then we might have some time to chat, who knows. And I can kind of think about what we're doing with these 5 characters and what I need to get ready tomorrow. Wednesday and Thursday, I'm going to be off. But Thursday night, I will be playing the DLC at launch. I'm going to stream it. I'm going to YouTube it. And I don't care if nobody watches it. I just need to get into the habit of when I play games, it's recorded. One of the girls I watch had Elden spoilers on Saturday. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Yep. They're floating around. Emmy got to play it early. The Emaru, Asmongold was playing it earlier. And then some people got to see the footage. There's extra footage. There was 16 minutes. That was part of a Bandai Namco Red Bull event. That's her, Emaru. Yeah, Emaru, she's pretty cool. Yeah, she's part of that OTK little club over there. But yeah, I noticed her and Asmongold were playing the expansion. And then there's like, if you go on the Bandai Namco site, there's some weird Bandai Namco Red Bull event where there's like, I think 17 minutes of gameplay. And then it's like every day Twitter or something has been releasing like shorts and screenshots. And then there was something about the new weapon types. I'm trying to avoid it all, dude. Somebody drew the map from memory, and like they have a whole video about the map of that expansion. Like, people were very polite about the spoilers, but now it's all out there, and I'm kind of avoiding it. And it sucks, because usually the secret is you just stop looking up Elden Ring or Dark Souls shit, and your algorithm kind of fixes itself. But now I'm posting Elden Ring every single day, so that's like I can't get it out of my algorithm. There's just no way. So I go to YouTube Studio to post my things, but I haven't been going to YouTube to watch anything since like Thursday. And we all know birds are the worst. Second. She wasn't. All she said on Saturday was Ronnie cosplay. I clicked and she was playing DLC. Yeah, that's bullshit, dude. Yeah, that's bullshit. Like, you gotta fucking let a man know. Like, I watch Quaylag. I don't know if you're familiar with Quaylag. She's a lore nerd. More lore nerd than gameplay nerd. Big lore nerd for Elden Ring and Souls. But yeah, she was nice enough that when she didn't, at first she didn't watch the Red Bull videos or the Namco Bandai footage that I've been avoiding. And then she eventually watched it, and ever since she's been posting on her stream, like, spoiler warnings and stuff, letting you know that she knows things that we might not know. Because apparently there's some big spoiler drops in those 17 minutes. So I'm avoiding it because it's one of those things. From Software, they showed us the first gameplay trailer and they showed us the story trailer. But yeah, the new trailers are Namco Bandai showing us things, and I think they might get a little showy. But we're about to do Draconic Tree Sentinel. Emmy's cool though. It sucks that she was kind of gay with the spoilers, but she's cool. She's cool. Cautious, I will pick up. Oh, that was kind of a bad AoE there. 3 did the damage, but it was worth it. I got plenty of flasks. I mean, all they had to do is say they were making DLC and everyone would have bought it. Yeah, exactly. They didn't even need a trailer. They didn't even need a trailer. That picture was enough. When they released the picture of Mikola on Torrent riding in the field of reeds with like the spectral tombstones and the shadow tree off in the distance, that was it. It was sold. I will say though, there's an interesting statistic though that I've seen where at least on PC, only 37% of players on PC have beaten Moog, which means that the majority of people who bought the game will not be able to immediately enjoy the expansion. But then again, those might be the people that don't buy the expansion, and the 37%. Oh, you heard that it's 80 on Xbox? Oh my god. I haven't looked at the number in a long time on PlayStation. I know PlayStation tends to have really good trophy percentages on these games because Demon's Souls was the home, and like there's a lot of people that are old heads on the PlayStation platform. But yeah, 80 on Xbox, that's rough. That's rough. Let's see where this goes, everybody. We're going to see if the roll attack can work or if I need to figure out something else. So far, it works. Okay. Yeah, I got stamina burn, and I need to be cognizant of that. Yeah, see, that roll lingers a little too longer than I'm comfortable with, and that wasn't worth healing for. Yeah, see, that roll attack, that new roll. Bloody Helice. I have to find a couple new strats. If I get to Malekith, though, I think we'll be fine. Yeah. That's it, we get to Malekith. That roll attack comes out way too slow now. Should be good from here on out, but we'll see. We'll see. That was a very messy first phase. Like I said, they changed the attack speed on a lot of the heavy thrusting sword attacks, and it's been a while since I've used it, so I'll have to find like the new openings and what have you. But I really like this weapon, so maybe I should have relied a bit more on Dynast Finesse. I haven't Dynast Finesse yet in the fight. That might have been a possibility for some of those situations. Maybe that's what you do against the lunge. Finesse, then counter lunge. We'll see. If I die, I'll have to fight him again, and I can try some stuff. I got some mixed things. After this fight, I'll talk about it. But I do think it's going to be harder. Now, how much harder? I think that's going to be debatable. See, that one acts weird. I haven't been too happy with how that one acts. I try to get fancy at the end. I'll just keep it simple. Still first try, but it is messy. Okay, so I think in one of the interviews, Miyazaki said that there's going to be... Okay, there's going to be a couple things. I'm going to hop around a bit, but I think I'm going to get to the answer to the question. So Miyazaki said two things. One, we're going to have to get another upgrade material. At least one of them. I think there's going to be two of them. I could be wrong. But he said there's going to be a new upgrade material. And he said that this upgrade material is going to work like Sekiro's weapon upgrade material, like the memories. Where when we go into the DLC, even with our maxed weapons, we're going to be doing scaled down damage. And even with our scaled up armor, we're going to be getting hit like a motherfucker. And it's going to be rough. But there's going to be items in there, like memories. Who knows? Maybe they come from bosses like Sekiro. But you take these memories and you apply them to your character. And some of that debuff goes away as you get these items. So that resolves a couple issues. One of the problems with, like, say, Dark Souls 3, for instance, and its DLC, is the character goes into the DLC already maxed out.
Farewell.
Already maxed out, ready to kill everything. So for one, it's hard to motivate players to go look for items. And then it's also just hard to scale it because they don't exactly know where you're going to be at in the game, whether you're going in the DLC right away or you're waiting till the game is beaten or you're using an old character or a new character, whether you're on New Game Plus 7, original New Game. So I think that resolves some of that issue because we're going to be looking for these items to get stronger. But it also means that to a degree, they can scale the game like the base game. And essentially, we're starting over from scratch in the DLC. But instead of leveling our weapons, we're looking for these upgrade materials. So it's like, what's really interesting is then, since it's behind Moog, like the second hardest boss in the game, or hardest, depending on who you talk to, or what build you use, they, as developers, know the type of player that's already going to be in the expansion. Someone who can beat the game. And a character and a build that can beat the game. So they can scale it in a very interesting way. Now, of course, I think it's going to be harder, but at the same time, I found another thing. Okay, to cycle back to the hop around thing, Miyazaki said in an interview something else that I thought was interesting. Is he said that the DLC was going to have 2 Millennia tier bosses. And I thought that was kind of interesting that he referred to them as Millennia tier bosses. So either that means there's going to be like 2 end game we get stuffed bosses, or like I was saying with the item upgrade system, they might be equally... Yeah, I wonder if one or both are mandatory, exactly. And the other thing is because of the quote-unquote memory system, the scaling item system, in theory, maybe they're equally as difficult as Millennia, but a different kind of difficult. You know, kind of like how Moog and Millennia are kind of about the same type of difficult, but they're difficult for 2 different reasons. Maybe we just get more bosses that are kind of in that difficulty realm, but we're going to have to learn them. And I'm sure they might be a bit trickier, but I have this feeling where, like he said, there are 2 Millennia tier bosses. He didn't say that there's going to be 2 bosses harder than Millennia. He said 2 Millennia tier bosses. And seeing as Millennia isn't required for the DLC and is considered the hardest boss in the game, I think Millennia is probably going to be as hard as it gets. We're just going to get 2 different kinds of hard. But who knows? Who knows? We could get absolutely dunked on. And then the other thing is, too, is like, for instance, with these bosses, I've had like 2.5 years to figure them out. 2.5 years to look at their moveset and see what they do, and 2.5 years to know if I stand in this position, they do this attack. That's all going to be gone when the DLC drops. I'm going to be like labbing. That's a fighting game term, labbing. I'm going to be like labbing normal enemies. I have a feeling like there's going to be like the Crucible Knights, man. Like, yeah, they show up as bosses every now and then, but they're serious players. And it took me a long time to figure out like the parry timings, the dodge timings for all the Crucible Knights. So I'm sure that's going to happen all over again, where I'm going to be like labbing like just normal enemies that are just like guarding a bridge. It's like, all right, I'm going to have to learn how to kill you without being cheap. And then you just grind them and then you figure it out. There'll be a lot of boss deaths. I might do a death counter. Me too. I really am looking forward to learning new things. And they said it's going to be the one and final expansion. So then that's the other interesting place, is we might get a few patches here and there, but then we get to live in that interesting state of like where Dark Souls 3 is now, where it's like, it's just a complete game. You just, everything is there at your fingertips. You can do whatever you want. And yes, we're back to this Jagoff.
So we're gonna see what's up.
I knew you'd come to stand before the Elden Ring, to become Elden Lord. What a sad state of affairs. I commend your spirit to the mass. She'll take the throne. Queen Marika now hopes for us that we continue to struggle unto eternity.
I hope there's no Gideon in the expansion. Because god damn it, this dude can get annoying.
A man cannot kill a god.
Yeah, just poke. Anytime I saw him move to drink, cast, do anything, I hit R1. It was like, oh, okay. Oh, okay. Just keep interrupting. I hope I could just, that was my hope, my prayer, was I could just keep interrupting him until it was over. Yeah, let's burn one. Because then we can get, and if you also notice to go to it, this is the Baldicans I was talking about with the DLC images and the DLC trailer. Yeah, these are Baldicans. And yeah, if you look, it's kind of interesting that Marika's bedchamber looks like the DLC. It's even the same color palette. Okay. So, I guess it's Godfrey time. Let's see how this works. Sometimes this is smooth, sometimes it isn't, but we'll find out.
It's been a long while, Morgoth. Long and hard didst thou fight, tarnished warrior, spurned by the grace of gold. Be assured, the Elden Ring resteth close at hand. Alas, I am returned. To be granted audience once more.
on my name as Godfrey, the first Elden Lord.
Okay, come on, come on, come on. Thank you. Thank you for getting out of the middle. Banana.
That will be all. Thou didst me good service, Siraj. I've given thee courtesy enough.
Beasts all over the shop.
Now I
You'll be
fight
one soon
as
enough.
Horalu. Warrior!
I forgot to be one of the most important items. Now we're done.
Tarnished. Thy
And there we have it.
befits a crown.
My strength befits a crown. I didn't even put that one on yet. I just did a whole bunch of dumb stuff. Here we go. Finish that up. Now we get to do Radigan and Elden Beast. I'm gonna level up first. So let's do Vigor. Yeah, Vigor's always first. Okay, there we go. Now we're gonna go do Radigan and Elden Beast. Should I do... Yeah, let's just do it. Fuck it, let's do it. I could go get Alexander's Jar Shard, get more damage out of the Dynas Finesse, but whatever. Here we go. Dynas Finesse will not bail you out of that one. I'm not doing that. That was a panic roll and he caught me. That wasn't a panic roll. That was though. There you go.
So, we'll hope this goes through. Whenever a boss transition happens in this game, my first instinct is to say, best boss transition in the game. They're just all so good. I said it last time, but I always love how in a lot of these cutscenes they put your character in the foreground at the end, so you get that sense of scale. Like right here when Elden Beast drapes itself down and prepares itself for battle, you pop up in the lower left, and it's like a stare down. So awesome. Gotta get the visceral. Probably gonna do the jump into the sky. Yep. So if you can go up here, you can line up your back to it. Wait for it to vibrate. Start sprinting. Hold block, jump, and you're out. And it'll pop up in front of you. Oh, you want to do that shit. Start worse. Yeah, and that grapple can one-shot you. Okay, that was just a whole combination of bad, but should be good from here on out. Usually gives you one really bad combination of attacks. So now he's going to go into the final phase. Jump. 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 I was real early on that one. I need to learn that one a bit better. There we go, I got it that time. Harder because you gotta do it with the projectile, not his sword. So you gotta kind of lag that out a bit. Okay, and then you're gonna do that shit again. That was terrible. Come on, we're matched up. We're matched up.
wasn't about to do that again. That's what I call a close call. Okay, so now we're gonna go level up, and then we're gonna go get Eleanor, the physic from Eleanor, and then we're gonna go kill mode. There we go. Awesome finish. Last hit for either of you. Why isn't the Elden Beast like a regular mythical character like the majority of the other bosses? Or is this what the ring turns you into, Vinny? Okay. I got a handful of theories. One is I think the Elden Beast could be what Marika, the Elden Ring turned Marika into the Elden Beast. The other thing is I think the Elden Beast could be a celestial body that has landed in the lands between, and Marika has somehow like conjoined with it or like made a pact with it or something. Yeah, that's one weird thing where I think that we're gonna get a lot more of that. If you watch the story trailer, when it looks like Marika is walking up the steps, with the blood, and then there's like the gold in the background between the two rows of corpses, and she holds up like what looks like a rune or something. You can hear the call of the Elden Beast in the background, and there's this big gush of wind that comes through and blasts Marika's hair back. And I think that's Marika either calling the Elden Beast or the Elden Beast landed at that moment. I came here for a reason. Oh yeah, physic. And then, and yeah, because yeah, when you do kill Elden Beast, it says God slain. And it's the only time in the game it says God slain. I don't know. I think it does. Melania is the goddess of rot, but I still don't know if it says God slain when you kill her. But like some people also hypothesize that the Elden Beast could be like an amoeba or like a parasite. There's a lot of theories with the Elden Beast, but yeah, because there's an item description that references the fact that there was like a great star that landed in the lands between, and like it correlates with like Elden stars, which is like the spell the Elden Beast uses. So it's kind of theorized that the star that landed in the lands between is the Elden Beast. And Estelle, which I haven't done on too many runs, but like the one that's like a weird purple looking creature, people think that that's like a void Elden Beast, like an anti-Elden Beast. Oh, man, Eleanor's kind of making this difficult. There we go. There we go. You're done. You're done. Oh no, you're not done. There you go. Counterattack bleed for the finish. When Godfrey was the first Elden Lord, did he have a different form? No, when he was Elden Lord, he was Godfrey. He was Godfrey. That's like he was Horalu until he became Elden Lord. And when he became Elden Lord, he took on Sirash as his regent, the beast that's on his back. You know, when he rips him off and he's like, that's enough, Sirash. You know, he takes him off. Sirash drinks, he feeds on the bloodlust that Horalu has. And it turns him into a dignified person. So Horalu is the real guy. Godfrey is what happens when you take away his bloodlust. And yeah, no, that was his form. That was his bad dude form. He had a full axe. When you get his axe, as a actual weapon, the item description tells you that the axe was broken when Godfrey was divested of grace. When Marika took away his grace, that was the same time his axe broke. And then that's why when you fight, like, the spirit memory of Godfrey, the golden one, earlier in the game, he has a full axe. Yeah, exactly. He gets rid of Sirach, so his bloodlust comes back. And that's why he says, I've given courtesy enough. Meaning, like, we're past the point of pleasantries. Now it's time to throw down. Like, that's, you know, that's his whole thing. So, like, back in the early Crucible days, like, when there were wars against, like, the dragons, wars against, like, all that shit, Godfrey was out there as Horalu, not Godfrey. And it wasn't until the War of the Giants that he fought that war as Godfrey. And here's my thing. I think Godfrey failed. I think Godfrey's axe is broken because he failed. Where am I headed? Why did I come here? We're going to kill mode. I think that what happened was Godfrey failed. I'll even go here real quick. We'll go to foot of the fort so I can just look around and talk about it real quick. So I think what happened was Godfrey was sent, because we know Godfrey was sent to fight the giants the same time Radigan, the champion, was sent to fight Liurnia with Renala. Yeah, and that's my thing. Godfrey was weak sauce. Godfrey was weak sauce compared to Horalu. Godfrey came up here, broke his axe, and failed. He failed against the fire giants. And then she had this weird little, like, illegitimate son with Radigan, the champion, who was off seducing Renala in Liurnia. And she's like, you know what? Godfrey ain't man enough anymore. So she divests him of grace, divests his knights, the Tarnished and the Crucible Knights of Grace, and sends them on the Long March. And then unleashes Mesmer on the giants. And that's why they're all impaled. Because of Mesmer the Impaler. And I think we're gonna get a lot of that in the expansion. And then that's the other thing is then she comes back and that's the thing. She has her illegitimate child, who's the baddest fucking dude known to man, Mesmer. And then she's like, you know what? Like, maybe Radigan and his, like, offspring is, like, more potent. Like, this is a better future for me. He's more powerful than Godfrey. So then that's when she decides, like, okay, like, the father of my illegitimate son now becomes Elden Lord. And then he becomes Elden Lord, and then at some point, they become one. They're like one god together. Because we know that Melina and Mikola are born from one god. That is routinely said in the game. So at the time of Melania and Mikola being born, Radigan and Marika were, like, united as one god. It gets weird, man. Especially with the Radigan stuff, because it's like the whole thing with, like, Radigan is in Liurnia fighting the Carians and the Carian royal family the same time that Marika and Godfrey are off fighting the giants and stuff. And then even then, that's before the Shattering, and the Shattering was like 5,000 years ago. So the war with the giants could have been tens of thousands of years ago, if not like 100,000 years ago. And then because the Rune of Death was hidden, it was taken out of the Elden Ring. Like, the Elden Ring is like the laws of, like, order and science and what governs that like the reality of the world. And Marika took death out of that. That's what Malekith is hiding. In Farum the world with all the tornadoes, that place is frozen in time. that's why it's always daytime there. You can never change the time of day there. And Malekith is hiding away the rune of death there in his body. And without the rune of death, no one in the lands between can die. And that's kind of like why, like, you rest at a grace, everything respawns. And the only way that you're, like, actually killing the demigods is you're taking away their shards. You're taking away their parts of the Elden Ring. And it's like really interesting, because then eventually you're like fated to unleash the rune of death. So you could almost say that maybe it's like a Bill and Ted effect, where like with Bill and Ted, they could say, hey man, like remember tomorrow to go back in time and drop the keys behind the door at Dad's house. And then sure enough, the keys are there. So I think there's some of that weird stuff going on too a little bit, but I don't know. I'm all over the place right now thinking about this game, and I kind of forgot the tangent I'm on, but oh, didn't change the physic. Gotta change the physic. But yeah, it's really weird. All the that's where I think like the George R.R. Martin stuff comes in. Wait, it is our daily goal over here to get you to go off on multiple lore tangents. Nice, nice. I appreciate that, because that actually I should. Yeah, no, there's a lot going on in this game, and it's really multi-layered. Oh, what I was saying about George R.R. Martin, like, I don't know how many viewers have seen Game of Thrones, but Game of Thrones, admittedly, is very, like, soap opera-y. Very, like, you know, this person loves this person, but is married to this person, and due to royal lineage, they must be married to this person, but they're really in love with that person, and that person loves this other person, and they're fighting over the crown, and which bloodline gets the crown, and it's well written. It's really good fantasy, and there's some good combat segments, some interesting magic here and there. But when you get into the really deep stuff with like all the weird love triangles and stuff before the shattering, that's the stuff I really see George R.R. Martin's influence in. All the stuff with like the Radigan is supposed to fight a war with Karya while his queen is away. You know, he's in love with his queen on the sly, like a Lancelot or something. And then you got like, you know, King Arthur, Godfrey, and Guinevere going off to battle in the northern mountains with like the Vikings. You could almost say like with the Vikings, because it's like the fire giants of Norse mythology up in the mountains and everything. And then you have you know, Radigan on the sly over there. He's supposed to go to war with Karya. He's supposed to like kill them all and crush them, but he ends up falling in love with Rennala and giving birth to multiple children from the Queen of Karya and becoming royalty and studying their schools of magic. And then he comes back, and then he like rekindles his love interest with Marika and abandons Rennala, steals her intelligence and her goals, and he even takes the wedding gift, the blade that he got from Karya, and converted it to like a faith weapon and a Golden Order weapon, and got caught up in Golden Order fundamentalism and became like a crazy weird preacher that was like going around trying to like proselytize people and convert them to the fundamentalist way. And then his son Mikola got all caught up in it too, but his son Mikola was like, wait, something's not right here. And Mikola kind of diverged off. And that might be Mikola there with his arm raised skyward. We'll find out. One of the big themes in the game is duality. There's a lot of twins, a lot of brothers, a lot of sisters. With Karya, it's an as above, so below metaphor that goes on with the Nox and the Nocrin and the Noxtella. And I have a feeling that's going to be a big part of the expansion is duality, where I think the whole expansion is like a dual lands between. I think we're going to be adventuring through the area
Must abide alone.
that Marika hid. Like, it was once part of the lands between, but anything she wanted to throw in the junkyard, anything she wanted to delete from history, it went to the Shadowlands. But we'll see. I got a lot of theories, and even some of my theories contradict each other, so we'll see where this all goes. I just like seeing the threads and pulling at them. And here we go.
Like it. Get off the stairs.
wings look so cool.
There's Moog.
As clear as day.
Another sub 8-hour DLC preparation run. Preparation H run. We're gonna rest. We're gonna spend some levels. We're looking pretty good. Another one ready. Thank you. Thank you. Yep, that's 5 characters ready. That was the goal. That was the goal. It took a little longer than anticipated, but the goal was 5 characters ready. There's a little bit of cleanup some of the characters need. Like I could go back and get some like physical damage reduction talismans. I could get some Drake talismans. But I did all that on the spell sword. Spell sword is ready to go for Thursday night. I'm gonna look over these characters, I think, this evening, see if there's any work to do. Kind of tossing around and mulling over some ideas about what to do tomorrow. But either way, I'm looking forward to another day of streaming tomorrow. I'm looking forward to another day hanging out with everybody. I'm just gonna figure out what we're doing then, because it looks like we got one more character ready to go.